slashed or straight up removed chapters about a time when much of India was ruled by a Muslim empire. Which then, speaking of empire, that brings us to Vladimir Putin and his efforts to return Russia to its glory days. Right, ever since coming to power in Russia in the early 2000s, Putin has insisted that students learn patriotic values in schools. But again, over the past few years, this effort has just ramped up big time. But a recent study, for example, suggests that educational reforms picked up speed following the annexation of Crimea in 2014, with the Russian government that year, for example, approving a new set of history textbooks praising Putin's achievements. But then, in 2020, Putin putting forward legislation adding patriotism and war history to the country's existing law regarding school curriculum, with his amendments specifically seeking to add, quote, a sense of patriotism and citizenship, respect for the memory of the defenders of the fatherland and the achievements of the fatherland's heroes. And then, of course, since 2022, he has only placed greater emphasis on education in an effort to drum up support for the invasion of Ukraine, revising school textbooks and introducing teaching guides that help teachers deliver so-called patriotic lessons, as well as launching a new nationwide children's and youth movement dubbed the New Pioneers. With all that, you have researchers unsurprisingly saying the increased emphasis on patriotism, it has coincided with a decline in freedom of speech in the classroom. With, for example, us seeing surveys suggesting there are fewer opportunities for students to critically discuss what they've been taught in history classes, and also, the teachers, they're more likely to be fired for publicly expressing political views. And ultimately, of course, this is by design, right? The studies show that education, it serves as something like a long-term insurance policy for autocracies. But if you teach young citizens to be loyal to the authorities, this helps promote long-term social and political stability, with, for example, the Washington Post explaining, autocrats realize that schools help create generations who share their ruling values and principles and are loyal to the regime. And looking at these other countries, where they were, how they've become more authoritarian over the past few years, you see the parallel. Right? The very notion of patriotic education, the justifications given for it, mass firings and purges, the role religion can play, the way the LGBTQ community has been victimized, it all rings a bell. There's nothing wrong with being proud of your country or loving where you live. But it's also important to know, as we look at the US, the call for patriotic education, it is part of a bigger overhaul of the Department of Education. In fact, we've talked about it over the past few weeks and months. You have the Trump administration recently signing an order to virtually abolish the department. And despite the fact that he lacks the constitutional authority to do so, he's moving forward. Dozens of staff have been put on leave, and DOGE has been directed to review education spending and already announced millions in cuts. And then beyond all that, Trump has signed orders that could reportedly drain millions from universities, with many worrying that this threat will be weaponized to bring universities in line. And this also, as he signs an order entitled Seeking to Expand Access to Private School Vouchers. With this then seeing critics like the president of the American Federation of Teachers arguing, this order hijacks federal money used to level the playing field for poor and disadvantaged kids and hands it directly to unaccountable private operators, with notably private school students in the U.S. going to religiously affiliated institutions and just about half going to Catholic or conservative Christian ones, which is why you have the executive order, most of all, being celebrated by a movement that has already helped funnel billions in taxpayer dollars to religious schools. Right, in this, playing out, as you've also had Trump signing an executive order not aimed specifically at education, but aimed at eradicating what he called anti-Christian bias in the U.S. With that, announcing that Attorney General Pam Bondi would be heading up a task force to investigate the targeting of Christians. And with all this, right, all of this is not to say that the situation in the United States is currently remotely on par with places like China or Russia, where the country's leaders are single-handedly dictating what students see in their textbooks. There are a lot of reasons that it's very hard to imagine things getting that bad, at least everywhere in the United States, right? The president doesn't have the power to set curriculum. Additionally, Congress ostensibly has the power of the purse, though schools are largely funded at the state and local level anyways. Plus, even when states and localities have tried, surveys of teachers show that most don't change their classroom materials or methods in response to conservative laws. But it would also be a massive mistake to think that there's nothing happening, or that there's not a lot of room in the middle from where we are in total control. And as you have places like the New York Times explaining, public school educators are often fearful of running into trouble with higher level authorities. And it's possible and even likely that Trump's executive orders will lead to some measure of self-censorship. Plus, while federal funding to public schools is limited, most of what does exist, it helps prop up high poverty and rural schools in areas with weaker tax bases. Right, so they're the ones most likely to be affected. And similarly, the Education Department provides discretionary grants aimed at helping low-income students and minority groups, as well as students with disabilities. So many of those programs, they're currently under review by the agency to determine whether they defy any of Trump's executive orders. And then also, in what's been described as an extraordinary step, the department announced that the Office of Civil Rights had dismissed pending complaints that people had filed to the office over efforts to ban books about race and gender, with the office announcing that it had ended what it called the Biden book ban hoax, with it basically referring to previous guidance saying that book bans might create a hostile school environment or infringe on civil rights. And of course, all of this at the federal level, while at the local level, some states and school boards have really taken a heavy hand in trying to dictate what can or must be taught. But with all that said, I gotta pass the question off to you, right? Whoever you are, I want to know your opinions and reactions to this, but also, especially if you're involved in teaching or education in any way, at any level, I'd love to know your thoughts. And then we'll get to more news in just a moment, but first, coffee is a part of most of our mornings, right? But regular creamers and sugars, they're just empty calories that lead to crashes. So if you're looking for the ultimate productivity hack, today's sponsor for wellness, it has you covered with the good stuff focus. I mean, trust me, it is good. No pun intended. One scoop into your coffee, and it's like my brain just got a software update. A subtle mocha flavor that doesn't overcomplicate things, simple, yet it's just right. To me, it's not that sugar alertness. I'd call it a cleaner, more calming sense of focus that keeps you sharp with no crash vibe. Right? It's packed with ingredients that actually work, like theobromine to boost focus and mood, L-theanine for sustained energy without the jitters, collagen for that skin and joint glow up, C8 MCT oil for that lasting energy, and even Himalayan pink salt to keep the coffee's vibe in check. And the good stuff's made in GMP certified facilities backed by actual research. So whether you're grinding at work, crushing a workout, or just trying to survive the day, this is your moment. And seriously, with over 10,000 5-star reviews, you got people obsessing. And once you try it, I think you'll see why. And ultimately, save 25% with your subscription by clicking the link in the description or scan the QR code and use code PhilipDeFranco for free shipping on your first order. But then, next up today, we need to talk about how the Supreme Court seems like it's about to totally upend discrimination law, potentially opening up the floodgates for a ton of reverse discrimination cases. Right, so the story, it centers around the case of Marlene Ames. She's a 60-year-old white woman who started working for the Ohio Department of Youth Services as an executive secretary in 2004, before then making her way up to become an administrator of a program to combat sexual assault in juvenile facilities by 2014. And throughout her employment, she regularly received solid job reviews and salary increases. So in 2019, in an effort to continue her rise, she applied for a management job for the first time. But instead of being offered that job, her direct supervisor presented her with a pin for 30 years of serving the public and told Ames, who was 55 then, that she should retire. With Ames then claiming that the manager job was given to a woman who was less qualified than her and hadn't initially expressed interest in the role. And then, not long after that, Ames said that she was called into a meeting with an assistant director of DOIS and a human resources official, who then gave her a choice. She could either take a demotion or lose her job entirely. With Ames then deeply upset, but she agreed to go back to her old secretary job out of financial necessity. And then, 3 days later, the administrator position that she had just been forced out of, it was filled by a 25-year-old protege of hers who she argued was also unqualified for the role. With Ames believing that there is one specific reason for all of this happening to her. She is straight, but her direct supervisor, her former protege, and the woman who got the management role are all gay. Now that said, very significantly here, the assistant DOIS director and human resources official who actually gave her the demotion, they are both straight. But Ames still claims that she was skipped over for the manager promotion and then later demoted so her direct supervisor could offer both positions to less qualified gay applicants. With her alleging that this was all part of a long-running scheme involving her direct supervisor, protege, and others to kick her out because she is straight and arguing in a deposition that gay people stick together. Right, and all of those allegations, they're laid out in a lawsuit that she brought against the Ohio DOIS that accuses the agency of discriminating against her based on sexual orientation in violation of Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. But here's the thing about proving workplace bias under Title VII. Past court rulings have set a precedent requiring folks from majority groups like men, white people, and straight people to meet a higher legal bar than those from minority groups. Now, of course, Ames is a woman, but she isn't claiming discrimination based on her gender. Rather, she's claiming that a minority group, in this case homosexuals, discriminated against her because she is heterosexual, which is a majority group. And so because this case involved a person from a majority group claiming discrimination from a minority group, she had to meet that higher bar. Now, notably, that threshold isn't uniform across the entire country, but it is required by nearly half of all federal appeals court circuits, including the one that covers Ohio, where Ames brought the case. With the idea here being that this extra step is necessary to account for the fact that it is rare to see reverse discrimination by a minority group against a majority. Right? So here's how it works. In order to prove a job discrimination claim in federal court, any plaintiff, majority or minority, has to do one of two things. A, they can provide direct evidence of bias, like an email or recording of someone saying you were not hired because you are straight. Or B, because it's often hard to get that kind of direct evidence, they can instead build a circumstantial case, which is what Ames did. And in order to prove a circumstantial case, both majority and minority plaintiffs must have evidence that they were rejected for a job they were qualified for and that the employer continued to seek applicants with similar qualifications, as well as refute any non-discriminatory reasons the employer may offer for why they weren't hired. But then, this is where the extra step comes in. Members of majority groups also need to show background circumstances to establish that their employer discriminates against majorities, a standard that minorities do not need to prove. And in Ames's case, a district court ruled that she failed to show background circumstances proving her employer discriminated against majority groups, with the judge there noting that the bosses who actually demoted her were straight and that she didn't provide any data to establish that DYS had a pattern of anti-straight bias beyond her case. And with that, in an interview, Ames openly said she was unaware of any other examples of alleged discrimination against straight people in the department. With her adding that she was never told that she had been rejected for the promotion or given the demotion because she's straight, and that no one ever made derogatory comments about her sexual orientation. Additionally, you had the director of the DYS refuting her allegations by claiming that Ames was demoted because her supervisors didn't think she had the skills or vision to effectively manage sexual victimization in the state's juvenile facilities. This is he also alleged that her workplace demeanor was abrasive and that she did poorly in her interview for the management job. And then adding that the applicants who got Ames's former job in the manager position had skills and experience she lacked. Now, notably, Ames appealed that ruling, but the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit, it affirmed the lower court's decision. But, and this is a huge key thing here, in their ruling, one of the court judges questioned the validity of the background circumstances requirement, arguing that having different standards for different groups of people is exactly the kind of unequal treatment that Title VII was created to prevent in the first place. And that is something that's also been echoed by one of Ames's attorneys, Edward Gilbert, who said that it was both unfair and very difficult to find the kind of statistical evidence that would show that an employer was biased against a majority group. And adding, I mean, we would have to, when a person is hired, have asked the question, are you gay and were you promoted because you are gay? That's an illegal question and it's an inappropriate question. And so Ames appealed to the Supreme Court, arguing that the extra requirement on majority groups, it goes against the text of Title VII. And notably, her suit has attracted support from across the political spectrum, with both the Biden administration and a right-wing group founded by a former Trump aide filing briefs urging the court to side with her. But this is, on the other hand, we've also seen groups like the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund filing briefs urging the court to rule against Ames, with them arguing it is necessary for majority groups to meet an extra burden.
I'm gonna shut my door. It's getting cold because it's like 6 p.m.
Given how rare instances of reverse discrimination actually are. That's also an argument that DYS has made, with them claiming that the background circumstances requirement isn't really a higher standard that majority plaintiffs have to meet, but rather a necessary prerequisite to screen out meritless claims. And with that, arguing that Ames still would have lost her case regardless of the background circumstances standard because she had no evidence that her employer's actions were motivated by the fact that she was straight, claiming that the higher-ups who made the promotion and demotion decision didn't know Ames's sexual orientation. But during oral arguments back in February, the Supreme Court justices indicated they would rule in Ames's favor. And notably, I'm not just talking about the conservative supermajority. I mean, some liberal justices were also apparently receptive to her claims. The justices across the political spectrum repeatedly questioning the Ohio Solicitor General over the defense's opposition to Ames's arguments. Or with this including liberal Justice Elena Kagan, who noted a passage from a lower court ruling in Ames's case saying,
it says, Ames's prima facie case would have been easy to make had she belonged to the relevant minority group, here gay people.
With then conservative Justice Brett Kavanaugh further asking,
you agree that those passages are wrong?
And eventually, the Solicitor General even conceded that he agreed that members of both majority and minority groups should be treated equally, saying,
I think the idea that you hold people to different standards because of their protected characteristics is wrong.
Which then prompted Justice Neil Gorsuch to respond.
We're in radical agreement today on that, it seems to me.
So by all accounts, it really does seem like the High Court is going to be taking Ames's side and overturn the decision by the Sixth Circuit Appeals Court. And with that, you have experts saying that a ruling in her favor would dramatically change the law governing workplace discrimination and make it easier for members of majority groups to sue for reverse discrimination. With, for example, Johnny Taylor Jr., the chief executive of the Human Resources Association, SHRM, explaining, if she wins, the flood of reverse discrimination claims will be like nothing we've ever seen. Straight white people everywhere could be filing. And then also, very notably, a ruling like this, it could have sweeping implications for DEI initiatives at a time when Trump and the right have launched a full-blown assault on the programs. I mean, according to Julie Levinson-Werner, an employment lawyer, while Ames's case doesn't directly implicate corporate DEI programs, she still sees it as the next major turning point in the nationwide battle, noting that employers are watching the case as a test for whether they should pursue diversity efforts in an already hostile landscape. With us also seeing the director of the National Institute for Workers' Rights echoing that and adding that a decision in Ames's favor would effectively create a springboard for the Trump administration as it works to hollow out anti-discrimination law. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see what the Supreme Court ultimately decides, and in that, the scope of their decision, which is not expected until this summer. So, in the meantime, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts? What are your reactions to this news? And then we'll get to more news in just a moment, but actually just a quick congratulations. Congrats to Bradley W., SeatGeek's latest weekly winner, who just scored $500 in tickets. So now he's torn between going to Post Malone or AC/DC, not sure which to recommend for you. But all of that thanks to our sponsor, SeatGeek, who's still giving away $500 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. I mean, just imagine being the next winner and snagging $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play, and there's like over 70,000 events to choose from. And all you gotta do is add code PDS to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize, no purchase necessary. I'll link you to the app in the description, but yeah, get in on it. It's a win-win. But then, next up today, we should talk about the moon time problem. Because it's one of the latest projects at NASA and a problem that they were ordered to solve by the White House. So you see, back in spring of 2024, the White House gave NASA a policy directive to give the moon its own time zone. But then we've been saying that it is foundational to U.S. efforts to explore the lunar surface. And that's no small task because if you didn't know, time moves differently on the moon compared to Earth. In fact, time moves differently even in some places on Earth. The way that humans first started keeping track of time was pretty simple. Sundials and stone formations using the shadows to mark a day's progression, with them then using the moon to track a month. But when mechanical clocks joined the party in the 14th century, we started demanding more and more precision from our timekeeping devices. With then Albert Einstein making things infinitely more complicated with his theories of special and general relativity. And with that, I'll say those theories are pretty complicated and we don't need this video to turn into a lecture. So the basic information you need to know with that: general relativity is a framework that explains how gravity affects space and time. You've probably seen something like this before. It shows that the more gravity something has, the more impact it has on space and time, which explains why seconds tick by ever so slightly faster at the top of a mountain than standing on the beach. On planet-side, scientists have accounted for this, right? They've placed several hundred atomic clocks at various locations around the world. And these atomic clocks, they're super precise. They use the vibration of atoms to measure the passage of time. And those clocks show, like Einstein said, that seconds tick slightly slower the closer they sit to the Earth's surface. So we average out all of those readings from around the world to get a broad but accurate as possible sense of time for the planet as a whole, which is called Coordinated Universal Time, or UTC. Right? And so if this time thing is an issue that we have here, you can only imagine things get even weirder when we leave Earth. So for example, a single Earth day is 24 hours, right? Well, on the surface of the moon, a single day is just under 60 microseconds shorter than that, which to really put microseconds into perspective, let's look at hummingbirds. Right? A hummingbird flaps its wings roughly 50 times in a second, meaning that each flap lasts about 0.02 seconds, or 20,000 microseconds. And so while 60 microseconds, it can seem minuscule or even negligible, as that adds up, it can have a serious impact when you're talking about distance and space. This seeing Cheryl Gramling, lead on lunar position, navigation, timing, and standards at NASA headquarters, saying, for something traveling at the speed of light, 56 microseconds is enough time to travel a distance of approximately 168 football fields. If someone is orbiting the moon, an observer on Earth who isn't compensating for the effects of relativity over a day, they would think that the orbiting astronaut is approximately 168 football fields away from where the astronaut really is. And so for some space missions, the solution has been simple. Spacecraft keep their own time with onboard clocks. But those have to sync up with Earth time, with Gramling saying. Most of our operations for spacecraft, even spacecraft that are all the way out at Pluto or the Kuiper Belt like New Horizons, rely on ground stations that are back on Earth. So everything they're doing has to correlate with UTC. Now, humans are looking to get more involved with the moon, like NASA's Artemis campaign, which, according to NASA, is looking to establish a, quote, sustained presence on and around the moon, with Gramling saying that when astronauts are on the moon, they're going to need to leave a habitat and explore the surface and carry out investigations. Not to mention, they'll need to communicate while they drive around in buggies on the lunar surface. And in order to do any of that, they'll need a lunar timescale, an entirely new system of measurement to account for the roughly 60 microsecond difference. With Gramling adding here, when they're navigating relative to the moon, time needs to be relative to the moon. But also, the need for moon time, it's not limited to super official US government lunar trips, where there are also other governments that have plans to become active on the moon as well, not to mention the growing industry of commercialized space travel. And according to Dr. Ben Ashman, navigation lead for Lunar Relay Development, quote, a shared definition of time is an important part of safe, resilient, and sustainable operation. And that shared definition of time, it's exactly what scientists are working toward with the Coordinated Lunar Time. And actually, researchers at the National Institute of Standards and Technology have created a system to establish and implement lunar time that accounts for that 60-ish microsecond difference. Right, their research, which was published in the Astronomical Journal, is focused more on the theoretical, the blueprints and mathematical models necessary to make this happen. But essentially, it would do something similar on the moon that we do here on Earth for UTC, placing atomic clocks around the lunar surface and then determining the weighted average. With one NIST physicist saying, it's like having the entire moon synchronized to one time zone adjusted for the moon's gravity, rather than having clocks gradually drift out of sync with Earth's time. But there are still a lot of important unanswered questions there, like who's going to pay for the clocks, exactly what type of clocks are going to go, and where on the moon they'll be positioned, and that's just a few examples. With us seeing Gramling here saying, we have to work all of this out. I don't think we know yet. I think it will be an amalgamation of several different things. Once all those questions are answered and the system gets implemented, it could seriously change the space game. For this system that the NIST proposed, it would be the first step in the development of a lunar positioning system, kind of like GPS. And how it would work, simply put, is a network of highly precise clocks on the lunar surface and in lunar orbit would work in tandem to provide accurate timing signals for navigation. With just one of the benefits that we could see from this being more precise lunar landing, with an NIST physicist saying the goal is to ensure that spacecraft can land within a few meters of their intended destination. Well, for some of you watching, it might all sound a little bit too sci-fi. It's probably not that far off, with actually the White House's deadline to NASA for the implementation of the lunar time zone reportedly being by the end of 2026. It's definitely something we're going to keep our eyes on, not only for the upcoming Artemis mission, but also, how this could affect other space travel and other lunar missions. But that, my friends, beautiful bastards, is where today's show and deep dives are going to end. And do not worry, you won't have to miss my stupid face for too long, because of course I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Hello everybody, today we're going to be talking about the tragic story of Tokyo Rose and how someone who was loyal to the United States became one of its few citizens to ever be convicted of treason. In research for a World War II project I'm working on, I came across this story as it related to World War II propaganda. It was common during World War II and even some conflicts that came afterwards for militaries to have dedicated radio operators who would speak to the enemy in their own language. The purpose of these broadcasts was to have someone, most often a woman, speak to the enemy in their own language and try to demoralize them from continuing to fight. This was done by playing music from their homeland to make them homesick, or lie about troop movements to make them think they're losing the war, or even just talking about how their girlfriends are probably at home cheating on them. This effort was carried out by multiple operators across different factions in the war. In Europe, this ring of mystery broadcasters were given the name of Axis Sally, and in the Pacific, these voices were known as Tokyo Rose. And while the
I think we
broadcasts
watched
themselves
this,
are
didn't we?
interesting, what I want to focus on today is how Tokyo Rose
Yeah, we
became
watched this on stream already. It just auto-played it. Yeah, we watched this once already. Oops. No, he voked. I'm just gonna burn the crab. I don't care. Fuck this crab. Don't kill me. He doesn't like me. Cook, crab. Cook. Cook, you stupid crab. I have my cookies. Ah! 80! Hey. Stupid crab. Ooh. Stupid crab. eyes and things. Can't see him. Ah, camera's annoying here. So annoying. The confusing world of polyamory. That one's gonna be good. Let's do that.
Welcome back to the Papa Mate channel. How you doing?
Yes.
How you doing? Come on, sit down because today we're talking about everybody's favorite relationship status. Being polyamorous. I don't know. Is that polyamorous? Polygamy. We're talking about the nuts and bolts of it all, huh? You know, we live in an age of sex positivity. Every day we see
do.
more and more people setting aside the traditional concept of love and relationships in exchange for a potentially more freeing and exciting lifestyle. AKA, you get to just swap spit with everybody. Sinners, heathens, downright goobers. You know what, off the cuff before we even go into it, what do you think, Nick?
As long as you're not hurting nobody, I don't care. But for me, I couldn't do it. Be too jealous. Thinking about his, you know.
As long as you're not hurting anybody or thinking about his seed.
My thing is, I would definitely be like the third wheel.
Yeah, they're having dinner or whatever, and you're in the back of the car like, can you give me some onion rings? Yeah, we'll see. Pipsqueak.
Yeah, they're pulling me.
She doesn't have sex with you. You're my boyfriend. Pay the electricity bill. I'm just happy to be here. You know what I say? I say this. You know what? I bet there's some people out there where it works just fine. I think in a lot of regards, I think it's a lot of bullshit.
Everybody that I know has been in a poly relationship. They've broken up because one of them ends up pointing someone behind their back.
Yeah, it's weird. It's supposed to be this open thing, but it's, I don't know. You can't escape that primal jealousy. You know what I mean? Our monkey brains, we can't handle it. And every year, polyamory continues to grow in popularity, likely due to its rise in representation in popular culture like TV, movies, and dating apps. Being polyamorous essentially means having more than one partner. That's what it means. Why would you want the hassle?
I could hardly keep up with one.
Oh, God, dude. Relationships are very difficult. Did you even just sit there and be like, let's throw in another egg in the mix? Oh God, please, could I? Sleepless nights, please, could I please?
For me, when I got Teddy, I was like, oh, I'll get Max as a second dog so they can be friends. Now it's just a bigger headache for me.
I just want to say, I'm going to put it out there. That makes it seem like you're in a relationship with your dogs. I can only afford so much peanut butter.
Surprisingly expensive.
It always feels like poly relationships are people who are too spineless to break up with somebody. They're like, can we bring in someone else? And they're just trying to transition someone out of their life. I think that we're just wanting somebody else in our group instead of just being like, I don't like you anymore. I want to break up. That's how I look at it a lot of the times. And also too, you can get out and still.
Or you found your new favorite. This thing is just kind of like your side.
What the fuck is that phrase? It's like, get your cake and eat it too, or whatever. There's no way I said that right. It's like baking a cake and eating it. There's certainly a large group that continues to stigmatize the poly lifestyle, believing that being monogamous is the true natural order of things. Some believe that the cost of living has risen so much that people no longer strive for the financial benefits of marriage, instead opting for non-traditional family structures. Believe it or not, it was revealed in 2023 that 19% of adults from the UK participated in polyamorous or non-monogamous relationships. Like it or not, lifestyle isn't going anywhere. So if you're considering the poly lifestyle and don't know where to start, look no further, my friends.
Nope.
Today we're going to talk about the convoluted world of poly relationships.
Don't do poly, never have.
We've got a lot of vocabulary to review. Get your notebook and pens out because it's more convoluted than you think. These are the types of polyamorous relationships, my friends. One,
I don't cheat. I don't believe in infidelity. If you can't control it, you shouldn't have been with that person in the first fucking
what happens
place.
with these things, so don't know. I'm supposed to tell you. Polyamory comes from the Greek word poly, meaning many, and amor, which means love. It's a lifestyle that entails having multiple partners. This type of relationship requires consent from all people involved on top of having its own unique set of boundaries and responsibilities. Doesn't that sound fun? In this arrangement, people are allowed to form new relationships outside the group. This information needs to be communicated to the other partners. And some groups require an open approval system and requires you to have their permission to engage. So you're in this wolf pack, right? And then you're like this other thing, you're like, well, we're already doing this thing. I'm just gonna go do this. You need a written letter of approval from your wolf pack before you can go out on the hunt again. How f***ed is that, dude?
Pretty soon you're going to be outnumbered the more people get in.
Then the larger your group comes, it's like, it's a 3-to-1 vote, dude. We don't like Jacob, man. You're not going to fuck him. Those are the rules. It's like, what do you have to do? As a 30-day notice also if you want to leave. Don't forget that there is the $250 deposit fee. It is what it is.
What if you start growing this pack and then everybody kicks you out?
That is how it has to be. Because also, too, I'm going to say this, in every poly group, there's just one, like, pig. That everybody is like, oh, I like this person. You know what I mean? Because I would imagine a lot of poly relationships, if you're a poly guy and you like a girl, but then the rest of the guys are guys, are they gay for each other, too? Some of them are. You went on that one, though, remember, where they were, like, testing it out to see if you want to, like, fuck them?
Oh, I never went on a date.
I thought you went to dinner with them.
No, they offered.
Oh, they offered.
Yeah, that's as far as it got, and I think the next day I was like, that's not for me.
But you were considering for a second.
Well, the whole thing was like, he wouldn't fuck you, but he definitely wants to touch your balls.
I just feel like how there's like a thing of you like in your room like drinking wine being like, go on. Could you give me a day to think about it? Could you give me a brisk 24? This means that even in a relationship involving multiple people, it's still technically possible to cheat in the established rules if the established rules are broken. So if you go on and fuck somebody else, they're like, you just cheated on all of us. And then we move on to polyfidelity. It's another form of polyamorous relationships in which those involved have agreed to not expand the relationship beyond the initial group, choosing to stay more exclusive. This is the tighter knit wolf pack, right? You howl together. Also, in polyamorous relationships, they probably say that too because they're just like, we don't want you fucking some random person and then bringing that disease back into the group. Which makes sense, but also a little silly still.
You gotta get tested to get in the wolf pack.
Yeah, exactly. Also, you're trying to act like in a poly relationship, whatever, trying to act like, you know, we're the clean ones. Imagine me, blue hair, my eyes are even more gaunt. I don't want someone else, I don't want to swap someone else's spit. You know what I mean? Got Cheeto dust all over my fucking like hands and my shirt. Common polyfidelity setups include a triad, where 3 people are involved with each other romantically and sexually, or a quad involving 4 people. A triad is not to be confused with a V, which is when one partner has 2 romantic partners that are in no way involved with each other. In a V, a hinge is the shared partner between the 2. Are you keeping up? Many polyamorous relationships are hierarchical. Many polyamorous relationships have a hierarchy consisting of a primary and a secondary relationship structure that dictates their priority.
There it is. There it is. I'm gonna be at the bottom of the totem pole.
Exactly. We're getting into it, but it feels fucked up that you are in this relationship and then they have a designated dog. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you get the sometimes. You don't want a blue moon on Christmas. How about Kwanzaa? You keep pushing your luck, pal. For example, a primary relationship may form between the two that spend the most time together. They may even get married, live together, and have children. And for the secondary relationship, they often receive less time than the primary, as well as having
What?
less influence in
So
their
you're the
decisions.
bitch half of the
A
triangle or
relationship
whatever?
is just
Fuck
a
that.
dog that gives me gifts and I get attention from.
Like, okay, I was recently in a love triangle, but at no point were we dating. At no point were we dating. I mean, we dated at the beginning of it, and then 5 years passed, and we were just best friends, hadn't even lived in the same state for 5 years or whatever. There was no triangle, there was no dating or anything like that. There you know, there was some stuff, but there was no dating or anything like that. Ice water. Oh. God damn it. There, I misclicked. Fuck this crab. Nope. Damn it. Yeah. Ooh, 15, yeah. Did I go too early? I went too early.
when I'm tired of my primary.
And like, yeah, at no point, I don't think I've ever been in a love triangle. I don't think it's ever happened. I've been in love with other people's women, and other people have been in love with my women, but I've never been in a love triangle with somebody, not in a legitimate way, where I announce my intentions as a suitor. Well, I have done that, but I mean, like, not like in a way where it's like, you know, where it's like, hey, you should leave your man and come to me or anything like that. It was more like, you know, I've known you for many years, etc., etc., you know. But I've never like hit on a woman while she was dating somebody. I don't really believe in polyamory. Like, it's weird. I used to. Now I'm okay if a woman tells you that she's not going to be faithful to you and it's going to be like a friends with benefits situation. I'm actually okay with that. I got no issue with that. But I wouldn't call that polyamory. I would call that just like, I'm not dating you. So if we fuck, there's no jealousy or anything like that. Oop. Wind. Nope.
This does not feel like the most selfish thing imaginable. Only one person is benefiting from everything. A woman. And an anchor partner is the non-hierarchical relationship equivalent of a primary partner, being the one that is the most stable and reliable figure within the group. The person that has a job. Okay. Can we at least say what it is? The guy who's working full-time. That's the anchor partner, all right? Within polyamorous relationships, there are also those known as comets, which are people in the relationship that you do not contact nearly as frequently, whether it's due to conflicting schedules or distance.
I guess that would be me or whatever in this polyamory thing. I am not a comet. Yeah, that's the guy who comes through and bangs your wife every 5 years or whatever. That's not me. That's not me. No, that's not me. I'm the guy. I mean, well, no, I don't think that's me. No, that's just not me. No, the comet is the guy who doesn't really live with your wife, who doesn't live in the same town, but they grew up in high school together, and they've always had that chemistry, and she lies to you about it. And he comes in town every 5 years to see his mama or whatever, and she's always had a thing for him, and she disappears on a Saturday, and you're like, where did you go? And she's like, oh, I went down to the Perkins with the ladies or whatever. And you're like, oh, okay. You just forget about it. But no, she went to go see him. He came into town every 5 years or whatever. That's not me. No. I don't have a role in this weird internet thing of hierarchy of polyamorous things or whatever.
to each other. Comets, aka buddies. I don't know, we can call it whatever cosmic thing we want to call it. That's what that is. We're not a relationship, it's just they come over sometimes. They're coming. Pass by. There's also polygamy, which requires being married to multiple spouses. This
Which
takes
is, you know,
place
Mormons.
in the form of polygamy, where one man is married to multiple women, or polyandry, where one woman is married to multiple men, aka my boys in the Mormon church. They live on compounds, and it's like really that one show. It's like one dude, 5 wives or whatever. It's fun too, because it's just.
But they all come from that area, and it makes sense for their culture. And I dislike how they're made fun of by people all the time, because not all of the people are bad. They're not all Warren Jeffs. It's just, you know, the leadership. It's usually the leadership that makes everybody look bad, you know? I was My 5 wives. It sounds so comedic because I can just imagine. I can't imagine. Okay, I love my mother, and she's a really good like mother and wife. She's trad wife or whatever. She's such a good mother and such a good wife. Got no issue with her in any form or anything. But 5 of her, there's no way. There's no way. One woman, a good woman, will require at least one man's attention, if not more. I'm serious. Like if not more. Like she's a good woman, has her husband and her kids to take care of her and stuff. So she usually has like 3 servants. I swear to God, good women always have like 3 or 4 servants that'll do her bidding at any given beck or call or whatever. And that's a good woman. That's how you can tell a good woman. And if they don't, then they aren't probably a good woman, you know? Or they're probably a good woman, but they're not, you know, but they're not like trad wife, like wife material or whatever, which is fine. There's no issue with that. It doesn't matter. Oh, here we go. We finally full. Fucking annoying. Ooh, we went up a level. Ooh, roast mushroom. Oh yeah, I didn't use my cookie. Oops. My 5 wives. So I watch what my mother does to my stepfather and I, which is cool. She totally like masterfully runs her household. She makes sure all the meals are there, everybody's budgets are taken care of, and it's not like and it's not like she didn't work her whole life either. She was the CEO of a fucking telecommunications company that she built herself, and she also worked at AT&T for like 20 years or something like that. And also Ma Bell and Lucent and all these other people. She was also a tech giant, kind of. And so she didn't fail on her professional life either. And so she's always been like the most perfect person that I know, and I could never ever live up to her, which is one of the reasons why I do meth and heroin and fuck around trying to. Oh, yep. Are we moving? Let's check signpost. Okay. I was gonna say, so she's used to balancing a checkbook, cooking at a gourmet level, and I mean this, she could like put butts in the seats at a gourmet restaurant. She absolutely could, and it's not like that you know, it's not that she like I'm just like fond of her food. It's that she's like memorized like 1800 cookbooks. You know, she's like on the level of a gourmet chef or something. And like all these other things, like she's a payee and a social security liaison for me as an autistic individual for the government, and she balances my checkbook and the food and the water and the rent and But that requires basically servants. If she wants to balance the groceries, balance the cooking, balance the checkbooks, balance the money, balance the family, do the transportation for the laundry, the grocery, she does the laundry, all this other stuff that trad wives do. I have a huge amount of fucking respect for it. I really do. And I couldn't do it. It's so much work. It's like being a secretary and a mother and a sister and all these other crazy things. It's just insane, or a wife or whatever. And all that stuff. The same is required of a man in a relationship. I've never had that kind of maturity level. I'm the party guy. I've never had, anybody will tell you, I've never had the maturity. I'm good enough to be a husband, but I'm not. I am, and I mean now, but I wasn't most of my life, I would say, because I'm just crazy. But anyways, where I'm going with this is when she balances the checkbook and does the gourmet cooking and does the driving and does the groceries and does the shopping and the online shopping and does the security. When something bad happens, she like protects the family. When somebody needs bailed out, she does it. She's the matriarch, right? This requires so much work from so much people all the time. She pretty much needs slaves or servants all the time to get everything she needs to do done, to take care of a household of just 3 people that are taking care of 2 homes. And so, and then when you think about how much that is for one person, then you multiply it to 5, and you say, my 5 wives, and you think 5 times, okay, I already can't stand the amount of maintenance that I have to do for my family, and I love them, and I don't resent it, I just can't stand it. It takes me away from my job and the things that I do. Like any man, they sort of resent it. They're like, oh, you get in the way sometimes, But I love my family and I would die for them, and I don't mind paying the cost to be the boss, to be my family or whatever, right? So it's all this family dynamic stuff. But when you X5 the wives, they have 5 times the responsibility. But you don't have 5 times the amount of people. You just have the husband. That's it. And that's why we've always thought that Mormons weren't like low IQ at all. I've never met a dumb Mormon. No. I've met Mormons who kind of are blind to a simple fact that if you have a dude with 5 wives, it's not like he multiplies like multiplicity with, which is probably how we got the plot for Multiplicity, honestly. With what's his name? Wonderful, Birdman guy. I can't think of his fucking name. Batman guy. I can't think of his fucking name. Michael Keaton. Like how do we get multiplicity with Michael Keaton? Well, we're thinking about the Mormons and having 5 wives, and how it's pretty much necessary if you have 5 wives to have 5 husbands to do the amount of work that the 5 wives need to balance 5 households. It's not like the wind. I need wind, which is 4. Go. Oh, damn it, I had to choke this spell. I'm sorry, I wasn't ready. I didn't see it coming. Ew, he didn't like it. Maybe it's good that I didn't magic burst anyways. Yeah. No, I'm gonna kill him for them, because it's just gonna keep dumping damage if I don't. Ooh. So that's what's so dumb about, and it works both for polyamory and polygamy and polyandry too. It doesn't matter whether it's 1 wife and 5 dudes or 5 dudes and 1 wife. It's still lopsided, and the Mormons can't see it. I don't understand how they don't see it. It's still lopsided. It's 5 wives and 5 households, or 1 huge household that all needs 5 times the amount of husbands. But they don't get that. They've got 1 dude with 5 wives. He can't multiply himself. He can make a lot of money and get servants and stuff, but it's still, he cannot possibly produce the amount of work that it requires to father 5 households or 5 wives or 5 sets of children. He couldn't possibly do it. That's what's so goddamn dumb. It's not dumb that they do it. It's dumb that it's so lopsided. It's sort of weird. And it's not lopsided towards how sexist it is towards women, which I think about that. I think of that too. I think it's sort of sexist to view women as like these things that you just stack 5 of them into your house or whatever. It's sort of nuts. It's like, what are they, property? But another thing is like, you know, so whatever, maybe they want to do that willingly, that's okay, but you still can't produce 5 of you to take care of the 5 of them. It's a one-sided thing that nobody's ever mentioned. I don't think it's weird. They should mention it all the time. Like, okay, you're a dude with 5 Mormon wives. More power to you. I'm not talking about I'm anti-Mormon or speaking out about their way of life. I actually don't give a fuck what they do. I really don't. I'm like Bubbles or whatever from oh, yep, Vogue. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Yeah, just don't crit me and we're good. Gotta be kind of careful. You gotta get a Vogue here. Get a Vogue here. Yeah, I'm gonna burn you. You fucking fly. I'm gonna burn you so much. Yep, fuck him. 5 wives, my 5 wives. It's like you televising the fact that you couldn't possibly be a good father to these 5 wives and 5 sets of children. You couldn't possibly be. What are you, a king ant? It's like a queen. It's like a queen ant, except you don't have a huge belly that's squirting out eggs and all the food and all the resources to take care of thousands of ants or whatever. You're not the king ant. You don't have that, which is why it's so dumb. It's not dumb that they do this. I don't care what their culture is. I'm not shaming them or anything like this. It's dumb when you consider that the guy couldn't possibly take care of 5 wives and 5 sets of families. He just couldn't do it. I challenge him to do it. This is why the kids always look sort of weird and a little bit stifled and a little bit like taught something different. And then it's a little bit they look a little indoctrinated, don't they? They look a little bit indoctrinated. Transfixion is stone. Yeah, go transfixion. Okay, transfixion, whatever. Transfixion is stone? No, I don't know. Fuck it. I can't seem to get a burn from these guys. It's fine. Oh, these guys are kind of looking like they're dying. I have to sit, though. Is it an RDM? I think it is an RDM. Is Xipang an RDM? Xipang is a white mage. White mage. So we have a summoner and a white mage. Xipang's the new white mage. Oh, yeah. I'm just sitting because I'm out. I'm going to cast the Protectra so I have one because I really kind of need it. I'm going to cast one here to cover myself. Nope.
marrying younger women. So the first wife, she's just like, we used to have a lot of fun back in the day, and then he's like only spends time at like the younger person's house. He has like multiple houses in this cul-de-sac, and he's just like, on Mondays I sleep here, on Tuesdays I sleep here. It's so fun. But as you can see, as we start to get into the hyper-specific poly arrangements, things start to get a little complex. For example, the phrase solo poly. Would you
What happened? Whoa.
would think that's just a regular person, right? But a solo poly is ascribed to those who are single and polyamorous, choosing to prioritize their own needs even while engaging with multiple partners. They often prefer not to have a nesting partner, a term used to describe the partner that you choose to live with.
Yeah, so you're just sleeping around.
Okay, yes, it could look like you being a buddy who's basically just a couch potato, hopping from house to house or from nest to nest. Ooh. You're a couch server. You're a whore. You're a homeless person having sex with random people. That's a nest. You're not a bird. You're a whore. Solo poly people can also engage in parallel polyamory. Like a Doctor Strange or something. I'm like... Parallel polyamory, where their various partners are aware of each other but don't meet or interact with each other.
Do not talk to him.
Yeah, so it's like you know their existence, but you don't ever want to speak to them, which to me also means that person does not know about you. There's also monopoly, where only one member in a couple engages in polyamorous relationships. Some couples use this setup to save a relationship when one partner has a tendency to cheat, which doesn't always end well. I know you're gonna cheat, but I love you, so go out there and do it. Isn't that just called a hall pass?
I guess so, yeah.
Wouldn't you just be like, yeah, go ahead? Unless he's just like, babe, you can't keep this dog on a leash. For those who reject normative relationship structures, there's relationship anarchy. This means that so long as there is mutual respect between partners, you can follow your heart and structure things as you see fit. Relationship anarchy has a negative connotation to many, as some will use it as an excuse to be selfish, cheat, and manipulate people. However, there's more to this lifestyle. Relationship anarchy can be, for example, building a family that consists of not only romantic partners, but platonic friends. A polycule, also known as a polyweb or a polyfamily, is the connection made among various people living in polyamorous lifestyles. Essentially, it's a family in which you are not only connected by your own partners, but your partner's partner, and so on. And not all members of the polycule need to be romantically entangled. It's important too of the words polyamory and molecule.
Oh my god.
Charts to explain
why? It's like a complex web of like 5 ladies and 50 dudes. No thanks.
Of relationships contain
no thanks. That's like that's like fucking your entire high school. No thanks.
In their polycule. No. This is a polycule, my friends.
I like how it's showing former partners. Well, we were dating, you know, as a part of their...
Sounds like a problem.
You gotta have a little ancestry, you know, you gotta have a little family tree of your polycule. Because you probably are also like, I might go back. I feel like these are little islands, or little Mario worlds you get to travel to.
What are some of these asexual, non-sexual partnerships? Long distance?
Like I was just friend. Non-sexual partnership, so it's a buddy. I'm gonna say every one of my employees down there. I'm in a polyamorous relationship.
I'm in a non-sexual partnership with all of my workmates or whatever. Well, all of me and my workmates have a non-sexual relationship.
I'm just friends with these guys.
No, you're in the polycule. And
no, you're the polycule.
We were like, yeah, we watch football, we drink beers, and I look over, and there's a tack board that's at a polycule, and my face is on it. I'm gonna be pissed. This can result in a tight-knit family-like dynamic that consists of multiple different relationships who are on romantic or friendly terms, known as.
Oh my god! Yeah, no, you guys just fuck each other on Saturday night. Oh my god!
Polycules.
It's a threesome of bored college-age professionals who fuck each other on a Saturday night, which is just like a penthouse. That's basically Dear Penthouse or whatever. That's so dumb.
Relationships fairly separated and private. But
and people do that. I've come close to doing that. I propositioned 2 girls one time. I was like, oh my god, you are the love of my life. I want to marry you, and I would do anything to be with you, anything at all. And there's this other girl who's your best friend, who is also fucking amazingly hot, who was into me, and I was like, please, both of you, I'll do anything. I'll pay both of you money. I'll do anything. I begged them. I was like, please, please, please. And they're like, no, it'll ruin the friendship. We've been friends friends since we were 14. No. They told me no. And I was like, please, please, please. I begged them. I was like, I will go and find $3,500 right now. Please. I begged them. I was like, please, please, please. It's my ultimate dream. Please make my dream come true. And they were like, Cat, stop it. I was like, please, please. I begged her. She was my best friend. I was like, please, please, please make my dreams come true. I've been dreaming about it for like 9 years. And she's like, no, it'll ruin the friendship. And I'm like, oh, come on. I've been friend zoned. And she's like, you know what'll happen. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Burn, sheep. Why won't you cast? Cast sheep. I want to bring it closer so I can see the sheep. Yeah, I want to see the sheep burn. I like to burn sheep. I like to think about how the fire would burn their wool as they sleep, my homies. I like to burn sheep. I really like burning sheep. It's like so satisfying. I really like being mage. I'm a fucking mage now. When did this happen? Because, well, I guess I'll probably have to do tank last because it's like I'm kind of moving from like, yeah, I went from priest, heals, and only heals for like 15 years. Only heals to hunter, rogue, DPS, ranged, rogue, then Fortnite, rust, more sort of DPS. Now I'm like DD. I'm sitting black mage. I have level BST and black mage. And, yeah. And it feels like a mage mode is coming on, like pretty hardcore. I'm here playing black mage again, against sort of my own will, and I mean it ends at 18, I think, and I'll just level something else. But fire burn. $46 on that one. Burn, sheep. I'm just sitting the full so we can start on pugs or whatever. I'm going too full before I start. Yeah, fuck this sheep, man. Oh, it's Fallout time. Maybe I should log in, huh? I love FFXI. It does sit the main better. It sits in the main just fine. Just great. So where the fuck am I now? I'm just standing behind this castle and nobody's seen me like the whole time. Which is good. I'm lucky. But I mean, I don't really care either. Seems like these guys might actually be home. So I'm just gonna, like, leave. I don't want to end up in the water, though, is the problem. I'll run into those trees and I'll snag one of them, probably.
Occasionally meeting up without responsibility or fully merging the two groups' lives together. This is known as
no thanks.
party
It's known as
polyamory.
no thanks. No thanks. You're not like those people. You think you might be. You're not like those people. When you actually get it together, you're gonna be like, oh, I don't share that much interest with these people. We like to fuck, and that's about it.
Cult-like mentality.
A little, yeah.
We can also talk about compersion, which is the feeling happiness on behalf of your partner who is in another relationship. The word frugal is an informal and playful variation of the word. All right, so I just... a lot of poly talk. I'm getting lost myself. I'm getting lost in the sauce. Metamor, which is your partner's partner, whom you are not directly engaged with romantically or sexually. This is like the person my partner's partner. So it's like I'm in a relationship with her, but she goes and meets up with her other boyfriend at Taco Tuesday, whatever, El Sombrero. Yeah, exactly. We also have the unicorn.
No
which is a
thanks.
woman, usually bisexual, who wants to be in a relationship with both the man and the woman that are together. Unicorn hunting refers to the heterosexual couple's pursuit.
And then there's
in
like
finding that
some
person.
straight
You
girl
are a
who's like, I'll
unicorn.
fuck both
How's
of
that
you.
feel?
I'll
That
fuck
feels
both of you. I like
kinda
both
sick
of
that you're a
you.
unicorn? Would you reconsider if they would have told you you're a unicorn?
Yeah, maybe if they use that language.
If he wouldn't have said he wants to touch your balls, why that?
As a test, I think, of just like, he's attracted to you, so we'll start off slow.
We'll start off slow. He's gonna slap your balls around like a boxer, one of those bags. And then there's cowboys and cowgirls, someone who enters a polyamorous relationship only to try and convince one of their partners to leave and enter a monogamous one. So that's like a homewrecker. You don't want to be a cowboy or a cowgirl. They're like, hey, I'm gonna join this thing. Get me the fuck out of here. Let's go. I like you and not him.
You're the villain. You're
Oh
sorry.
my
terrorist.
god, how did you aggro this gob? You're going to get me
With
killed.
that said, it doesn't take a genius to understand that poly relationships are open to tons and tons of complications, right? Having a healthy monogamous relationship is already hard enough, so managing several can often lead to a lot of problems. A polyamorous relationship is no place for people who struggle with proper communication, as it can easily make or break the entire thing. These setups often have lots of boundaries, rules, and expectations that need to be addressed to avoid misunderstanding and hurt people's feelings. A big issue for poly relationships is jealousy. More commonly, with people who are new to the scene, the excitement of a new partner coming into the mix can turn into jealousy quickly, depending on the person and how it's handled. With so many people involved, this means having to make time for multiple people so nobody feels neglected. And to do this, you need to now juggle multiple schedules and manage your time, something that can become very mentally taxing. Imagine, when you're just like, I need a break from work. How many times have I been out? I've been like, oh, you want to go do this? And I'm like, yeah, you do it anyways because you're just like, oh my god, I'm not an ass. Imagine having to do that 2 times or 3 times, like back to back. All right, I want to do this one. What
Yup,
about
see,
this?
there. That's what I was talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Like one man couldn't possibly. One man couldn't possibly. One man couldn't possibly satisfy 5 women's requirement to be an LTR. There's no way. That's why I've always sort of not really liked polygamy. I'm like, I don't care what they do. I don't care if they marry 5 wives. I don't care if that's what they believe in. That's okay. I've never been a shame person. But logistically, how does one man or one woman or whatever take care of all those people? I don't really see. That's where, like, I think that's what all those television shows were about. I think anybody who's intelligent probably set up those poor Mormons to just blast them on television to try to spread the movement or whatever. But no, all it really was like public fucking ridicule, because they're just, you know, like fucking public ridicule, because they're just like, I'm going to the beach for that. Okay, I'm gonna pee and shut my door. Sound like somebody's fighting on top of me. Today I think I do sausage and potatoes. Yeah, I could throw that in, but no, I think I'm gonna cook it on the stove. I'm gonna do tater tots and sausage. Supporting a family keeps the money really tight. Like, having 3 of us, like, I mean, yeah, my money's so tight. I just, like, support my family is what I do. Fucking annoying. I can't imagine 5 wives. I can't even barely handle not, like, I don't know if I could do 1.
You know what I mean?
Like, I know I could, but I am such a fucking space cadet, and I'm so brain damaged and fucked up and crazy, and I'm so obsessed with what I do, and I don't know if I'm the right material. I don't know if I'm the right boyfriend material right now. I think about it all the time. I'm like, I think we could fuck on a Saturday night. You know, but I mean, boyfriend thing, yeah, you could have 2 or 3 hours of my time every night or whatever. But I don't think, you know, a full-time relationship, I don't know about that. That, you know, sounds like we're going to go places and do things. I don't know about that. My life is not like that right now. So I'd have to find somebody exactly like that.
Those things, knock, knock. Oh, goddamn, dude. It's a common joke that people in large poly relationships need to master using Google Calendar to organize their time. Some people on the r/polyamory subreddit even post detailed guides on how to be the most efficient with the app. And speaking of r/polyamory, let's look at potential complaints people have had with polyamorous relationships to get a glimpse of what could go wrong. Which someone says, many people, especially men, but not always, use polyamory just as an excuse to have a harem and not really have a mutual love relationship with multiple partners. Yeah. Like what? No shit. What do you mean? Can you believe they just want to He doesn't actually want to go to the rave with me. He just wants to fuck me. He doesn't actually want to go to Joann's Fabric and pick up yarn. He just wants to have sex. It's like, yeah, duh.
How do people manage their sex schedule? I have 3 partners. 2 of my partners have 3 partners, and 1 partner has just me. But dates. I feel like everyone in the expanded polycule has a role. Sometimes that's just activity partner, nesting partner, and for me, I guess I'm the sex partner. Each of my 3 partners has guaranteed 2 times a week with me, where I'm available for sex. And most of the time, they arrange a 3rd time each as well. The result is, I have sex 7 to 10 times a week. I kinda don't want to have sex this much, but at the same time, I'm so used to it now that I also get antsy if I've gone more than 12 hours without sex.
What?
My partners get a little sad if they think one of my other
You're a
partners
sex
is having
addict?
more sex. So there is definitely a little competition going on. Though we're not supposed to mention when people are having sex with each other to avoid FOMO. In many ways, that makes it worse because everyone assumes everyone else is having sex whenever they're spending time with me, which a lot of the time is true, but only because they feel like they want to keep up.
You may be deterred by some of these stories, but don't let this fool you. Those who are able to engage in polyamorous relationships in a healthy way find themselves much happier than they ever would have been.
One of my best
in a
friends is like
monogamous
this.
relationship.
Yeah.
Okay? Many feel like it's greatly improved their lives to have a larger support system of loved ones that are there when times are tough. And for those who have children, the extra help makes a big difference. In the case of TikTok star Larissa, she claims that polyandry cured her depression, and others feel that the combined income also makes their lives far less stressful than that of a typical 2-person relationship. There's the added bonus of freedom that polyamorous people enjoy, allowing them to experience things that monogamous people may never get to do. Believe it or not, there are even success stories involving a 20-person polycule in Boston. I'd hate to see that Irish mess, dude. Give me all that red hair tangled together. That's a disgusting tumbleweed I don't want to be a part of. Their community began in 2020 and eventually became a large, positive relationship in which everyone feels deeply in love with each other. Together, they learn the proper communication tactics, set boundaries, wingman each other, and schedule their time in a way that appeases all their partners. I call bull. I think people are gonna be like, yeah, it's fine. All right, we're in harmony. I'm like, who's the dogs, dude? Who's the dogs? I want to know who are the secondaries or the thirdnaries. I mean, who's the 20? Who's number 20, dude? It's the guy with the like Jimmy John bags coming in. All right, who had the Italian? That's the 20, dude. But now let's talk about a particularly interesting and strange polycule relationship story. Let's talk about Sam Bankman-Fried's weird poly penthouse. You guys remember Sam Bankman-Fried? His weird gopher mole girlfriend? She threw his ass under the bus, didn't she?
I think so. Yeah, she did.
I did all of it. All of it.
It's like trigger someone.
Jesus.
Is that what they were doing here? You'll find out. Sam Bankman-Fried, known as a cryptocurrency prodigy, became wrapped up in one of the biggest financial scandals in recent history. In 2019, he founded FTX, a massive cryptocurrency exchange and hedge fund. During its peak, it was one of the most successful cryptocurrency exchanges in the world, averaging $10 billion in trading volumes per day. This all collapsed, however, when it was discovered that CEO Sam Bankman-Fried was misusing the funds from his customers. In short, tons of investors began pulling out of FTX, but they did not have the money, leading to its bankruptcy. Fried was later sentenced to 25 years in prison. Something that was revealed amidst the chaos was that Fried and his other company executives were involved in a wild polyamorous lifestyle. So funny. Supposedly, they all operated out of a luxury penthouse in the Bahamas within a 10-person polycule relationship. Caroline Ellison, the CEO of Alameda Research, was allegedly involved as well, writing graphic blog posts on Tumblr about it. She stated that while she used to be a trad woman, she now realizes that the only acceptable style of poly is best characterized as something like Imperial Chinese harem. If you can't be busting out Imperial Chinese harem and they're not smoking the opium pipe. Those motherfuckers definitely have like an 86-year-old Chinese dude in the back who's just like, and like passing the stuff along. And they're all like lounging on big like satin purple pillows. And that gopher chick's rolling around.
The gopher
that
chick.
gopher chick freaks me out, dude. She goes on to say that she thinks all relationships should have a
Gopher
hierarchy, where there should be and I quote, vicious power struggle for higher rank. Like, imagine your relationship right now, your partner looking at you and saying there should be a vicious power struggle for higher ranks in a relationship. It's like, how tall are we going here? You know what I mean? That's a billionaire activity, though. You know what I mean? That's billionaire mindset. You have to crush them all like each other, like cockroaches. Survive nuclear winter together.
I was gonna say, this feels just very, like, power trippy. Like, I want people to be fawning over me.
Yeah, I think it's the jealousy thing. Today, I'm the top dog. I'm not the grunt anymore. But, you know, the power struggle changes. Who knows? In a particularly cringy Tumblr post, she chastises boy positivity posts on Tumblr, detailing what she finds attractive in men. One being, quote, controlling most major world governments. Now that is attractive. This is her, right?
Oh no!
I'm gonna be the top
Get up,
dog.
get up.
Looks like she was beaten with a
Get up,
wiffle
get
bat.
up.
Can I just say that? Can I be so bold? You know what? I'm gonna be rude because she's a crook.
Oh no, I died again in the water.
There's the opium den. Copious amounts of drugs and swap
I'm not really
partners as
playing
they
the
pitch
game, who cares?
billion-dollar ideas. They
It's
would take
$2 gold,
stimulants
it costs
in the morning
nothing.
And sleeping pills at night. And a high society figure in Miami described his experience meeting them at a crypto conference, stating that they smelled horrible and spent the night popping pills like a bunch of frat bros. You look at Sam Bankman-Fried, you know that motherfucker smells like yeast.
He's a little sweat lord.
Yeah, you ever smell like old rye bread? That's what I imagine Sam Bankman-Fried smells like, just like dry, I don't know, marbly. And it goes without saying, but while there are many success stories in the world of poly relationships, some are darker and have ended much more grim. Like Ezra Miller's polycule cult. People haven't talked about Ezra Miller in a bit. Remember Ezra Miller? He's so cute. Remember him as a Flash? Ezra Miller, most recently known for his role as the Flash, was put under intense scrutiny around 2020 over claims that he was operating a commune in Iceland, among other things. While Miller has talked about his polyamorous lifestyle in the past, one of his friends opened up to reporters about how his actions more resembled a patriarchal dictatorship. And another referred to it as court harem.
The power controlling world governments.
I'm the Flash. He rented out an Airbnb in Rashi, inviting all sorts of friends and artists to come down, some of which being spiritual advisors. There, Miller was seen as some sort of idol, according to one visitor, stating that everyone seemed completely hypnotized by him. The actor gave long spiritual speeches, claiming he had superpowers, and at times he would experience intense mood swings and become enraged at his guests, which is unlike him. There's definitely no footage of him anywhere ever being, I guess, aggressive or mad. That's not like Ezra. Miller's friends detailed his manipulative and abusive behavior and his makeshift
He socked
commune,
women
saying,
and
quote,
raped
Ezra
children.
controls all the sex as the man and plays the women against each other, screams at them, belittles them in front of the others. That's fun. One of the women involved with him in Iceland, who was 18 at the time, had sex with him on 3 occasions. During her time staying with him at the hotel, she recounted him becoming weirdly obsessed with her breeding capabilities, worshiping her womb by talking to it and hugging it. All the female viewers right now being like, okay, all right, a man who worships his womb? I do have breeding capabilities. If I was a woman, that's what I'd be saying. I'm a breed machine. You don't even know how much we're gonna be popping out. Further testimony alleges that Miller had invited teenagers to his commune as well, supposedly engaging in sexual acts with them during their stay. And it seemed that the commune had come to an end in the late 2020, and a string of crimes and signs of mental decline from Ezra Miller poisoned his reputation in the eyes of the public. Whatever happened to Ezra Miller? I feel like he just ran off into the tall grass. We never saw him again. Into the weeds, and you're like, all right. But in some cases, toxic polyamorous relationships have ended in death. In 2018, 31-year-old Aline Sadine's battered body was found on the side of a road in Florida. According to Sadine's close friend, Aline had been entangled in a throuple, or triad, as we know, between 2 partners, Zachary Abel and Christina Arua. Zachary Abel, over time, became jealous over the amount of time that Aline and Arua would spend together. He was unable to adjust to the new arrangements he agreed upon, turning to physical violence. Aline was terrified of Abel at this point, but was too scared to call the police because Arua's father worked in law enforcement. Her close friend constantly pushed her to leave the relationship before things could escalate, but it was too late. Her body was found, covered head to toe in bruises after being tortured and killed by the couple. Investigators found the motel room covered in blood, putting the pieces together quickly before discovering the body. And eventually, the 2 of them were convicted and arrested. Arua was sentenced to 20 years and Abel was sentenced to life in prison. We always just gotta throw a little horrible zest at the end, don't you? Instead of putting a cherry on top, we just shoot like the liquid that's in a mustard. You know when you have mustard, it shoots out the mustard piss before the actual sauce. It's like a very fine cake. Like, oh wow, instead of a cherry, mustard piss all over it. Now it goes without saying that lots of these crazy stories are the worst case scenarios. They're not indicative of the average poly experience, right? That being said, this type of lifestyle certainly isn't for everyone. It takes a certain kind of person to be able to mentally and emotionally handle being with multiple people at the same time. If you're interested in a poly-style relationship, do your research. Keep in mind, you're probably gonna get burned.
If I was in a relationship where I had 2 girls, I don't think I'd ever be jealous of the girl.
Yes, you would.
What?
Yeah, you would.
If I was dating 2...
Yes, I understand. If you're dating 2 people, that you're like, actually, I think that the girls getting it on would be hot. That's what you're saying. You 100% would, especially if you're the secondary, as you said you would have been, right? Then at one point you're like, well, I'm not like that's their relationship, and I'm just here. And every once in a while I get to have sex with them, which is cool for a bit. But then I think after a while you're gonna be like, I feel bad. Also, she would sit there and you would get in your head, especially as a man, you get in your head, dude. Do one of those things where she's just like, yeah, well, I'd have to finish myself off. Not like with Stacy or whatever, you know? Oh, exactly. You're like, oh. Am I not as good? She's like, no. That's how it would be. So you really think that you would be jealous?
To me, it's like, oh, if she fell in love with another guy, that would hurt.
What I'm really hearing, Nick, is being like, I don't have to worry about my being too small. That's exactly what this is. There's no way I'm bigger than my dick. At least I don't think. I'm stopping this recording. Thank you so much for watching today. I appreciate you. We'll see you in the next
He's
one.
always really consistently
Tell
funny.
your boyfriend and your girlfriends and your poly relationship, I said hi. Welcome back to the Pop-Up Me channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we are talking about Pokemon cards.
Nope. Back.
Welcome back to the Pop-Up Me.
Dracantos,
Now, Florida, like most of the South, was one of the last places I ever expected to hop on the disrespectful music trend of dissing dead people. And while most of us probably got an introduction to Florida being dangerous around 2021, depending on how old you are, of course, Florida has always been as dangerous as it is beautiful, depending on where you're at. From the first Europeans exploring Florida and immediately getting slammed into the coast before getting lost in a storm, can't think of a better introduction to Florida, to be honest, all the way to the cocaine cowboys of the 80s. It's always been crazy to me that so many people go down here on vacation without knowing anything about where they are for real. Other than the white sand and the palm beaches. Why do people from small towns and even other dangerous cities move to and visit one of the most dangerous counties in the South? Seriously, Miami-Dade County, by crime rate, or the rate of crime in relation to the number of people there, is the place you're most likely to become a victim of something outside of, you guessed it, Jacksonville, which I will admit not many people are moving to, but I'm kind of scared of Florida in general. And this crime rate around Miami-Dade County is crazy considering Alabama and Louisiana exist. New Orleans don't count, because that's by far one of the most treacherous cities you can visit on this side of the planet outside of Mexico. Don't let all the tourists going to Mardi Gras make you forget where you are just because they don't read the news. But with Florida, and especially Miami, you gotta remember that the crime statistics are often inflated with various strange and random crimes, such as a man punching a kid in the face during the 10th soccer game, men posing as doctors and performing cosmetic surgeries without a license, since everybody wants a lip filler or a nose job and everything else. And of course, you can't forget about the men that will walk straight up to a woman's house and stare into the window. But where do you even start when it comes to gang violence in Florida? But let's start in Jacksonville, briefly. Now, assuming that this map is accurate, most of the 55 murders that took place from March 31st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025 all happened just outside of, I guess you can call these gang territories. Now, I use that term loosely because you can ask any dude in any hood in America what block his hood stretched from, and he'll probably give you an over-exaggerated answer. Like, for instance, let's say you hang on 15th Street on the Midwest side of Jacksonville, and the guys you call your ops sometimes hang on 13th. Which one of y'all is gonna say 14th Street is part of y'all hood? Probably both of y'all. And This is why things like this don't really matter anymore. 30 years ago, when a lot of gangs were structured around drugs and money, claiming a block actually meant something because you typically didn't want any competition where you set up shop, which is pretty self-explanatory. But of course, nowadays, guys will just claim a street because it contains their favorite store to shop in. Is there even structure like this in Jacksonville, or is every man for themselves? Let me know, Florida people. I remember back when I visited the suburban side of my family in Arizona in 2016, my auntie still thought that gangs were recruiting like the military. When from my personal experience, that hasn't been the case in decades. A gang is typically just a group of teenagers that grew up together and already hung out together. So all recruiting means is hanging out with strangers, and with the disrespectful backdoor culture that's spread around the entire country today, that's probably one of the dumbest things you can do. And from what I know, nation is not even a factor in Jacksonville, which makes it just as renegade as somewhere like Chicago. Jacksonville is just a city full of cliques, although you'll find the SMM Bloods, which is a set that started in the Bronx. But Florida do got the death penalty, so not being a law-abiding citizen out there is crazy. Like, bro, they just tried to pass a law to allow firing squad executions. I don't really know what the line is that you got between life and death row, but it probably varies per state. They even took the death penalty back in the 70s, but they ended up bringing it back 4 years later because they love it that much. So you don't gotta ask why Queso Pops is cooperating on him. Plus, back in his Pops day, it probably wasn't such a thing to be bragging on social media about crimes you committed, so you could say his kids did that to themselves. But I always thought the South was all about respect and hospitality.
Me too.
When I first went away to college, I was still kind of up north, and the first thing my homie from down in Jacksonville, Mississippi noticed was how rude people were in the Midwest compared to down south. Now this was back in 2015, 16, but where he came from, vice lords was riding on horses with rifles on their back, and people down south still had a better reputation than anything north of Tennessee, which you can just lump Memphis in with the Midwest because not only is them our cousins in Chicago, but most of us in Chicago literally have cousins in Memphis. Anyway, the Orlando guys will tell you that Miami is where you just go for vacation and it's kind of sweet out there compared to their city, which we know they're exaggerating a little bit. It do go down in Orlando.
It don't go down.
It goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
Oh!
And of course, Miami has some very wealthy neighborhoods, far from any criminal statistics, while other cities, kind of like Orlando, don't have that much of a contrast. And for the most part, it is kind of a party city. For being a city with over 400,000 people that had less than 40 murders in 2023, that just proves that it's at least safe for locals. Sometimes out-of-towners don't seem to have the same luck, but you can just attribute that to them not knowing what's going on and the fact that everybody goes to Miami. So if you just look at the news, you've seen guys be tracked, followed, and killed while on vacation down there. Also, a lady flew across the country and threatened Donald Trump's son's school while she was stalking him multiple times. She got let off pretty easy, by the way. I don't know what's up with that. But overall, in Miami, it seems like you're more
They're like, you're crazy. If you go to the asylum, you'll be fine.
Oh yeah, getting your car stolen is a
God.
pretty big thing down there. But property damage and theft seems to be more common in places with such a visible wealth gap as you will see in Miami. I mean, just look at California, where it's almost a sport to break in and rob somebody's house, which I don't support, but man, it's crazy that anybody that's not a millionaire can even afford to live in California. I still wouldn't just go around Miami without paying close attention to your surroundings, especially if you're a woman living in any part of Florida, because I simply cannot stress how many peeping Tom crimes I kept seeing on the news when I was making this video. Even the places a lot of people might not know about, like Fort Myers, can be an ideal vacation spot, although I have a cousin that definitely got shot at down there playing too much with the Haitians. Florida is huge. From the Panhandle to the Keys, you never really know what you're gonna get when you visit. The further north you go, the more country it gets, and the further south you go, well, you can pretty much get anything. Just please, out-of-town people, I beg you, stop going to Florida during hurricane season. It must be so disappointing as a Floridian when you spend the last week boarding your house up because you see a storm coming, and then you see all these new cars pulling into town every day, and you think they might have come down to help, but it turns out it's just a bunch of people from the Midwest that came down to get drunk. Just look at the calendar. Hurricane season can't sneak up on you when you're planning a trip because it happens at the same time every year. But I'm wasting my breath because this is an ongoing problem and it probably won't ever stop, at least the Florida people are used to it. But out-of-towners clogging the highway trying to escape once they see the hurricane coming, and as a result actually preventing people that live in Florida from escaping is crazy work. But thanks to everybody tuning in. I really do appreciate y'all, man, for real. I might do another European city next. Shout out to all my viewers on the other side of the pond, or maybe somewhere in Northern California, or the Bay, Memphis, Atlanta. Either way, we got a lot to cover. I'll see y'all next time. started this demonic shit. I started this evil shit. It never ceases to amaze me how long the name 3-6 Mafia just went over my head. Say what you want about drill music from any city, any country. Hands down, 3-6 Mafia has to be the most evil group to ever come into hip-hop. I may be misquoting, but I believe it was Lord Infamous that said in an interview that his goal was to get black people comfortable with the devil. Now, why would something like this be emphasized? You can blame it on the hardship the slaves in North and South America went through for whatever reason. Before our culture was corrupted by gangs and crime, religion was the main thing passed down from the descendants of those who were brought across the Atlantic on those ships. I don't want to fully get into the history, but this is something that most families from all backgrounds used to pass down back in the day, much more than today. How many from the older generation came up on music from this one grimy group out of Memphis? Yeah, the rock stars have been doing this type of thing since the 70s. That's why a lot of parents were so against their kids listening to bands like Aerosmith and Black Sabbath back then. But as rock and roll moved over to make way for hip-hop, there's no denying that these 6 artists out of Memphis succeeded in doing whatever it was they set out to do. And it's also kind of eerie that out of the 6, only 3 are still alive today. That just gives me chills thinking about it. Today, they stand as one of the most influential rap groups of all time, even creating some of the soundtrack for an Oscar award.
I love 3-6.
Although nobody cares about the Oscars anymore. Anyway, today, looking at Memphis, Tennessee, no matter which list you look at, it always ranks somewhere within the top 5 most dangerous cities in the United States. Coming from Chicago, which is not as dangerous as it may seem, since there are plenty of wealthy neighborhoods in the city that you can go to and never hear a gunshot. I know that Memphis is not the same. As a recently deceased artist, Say So P, said in an interview, Memphis isn't the same as a city like LA, where you can just escape and end up in a nice neighborhood. Most of the city is just more of the same in one way or another. And would this type of hopeless atmosphere influence a group of young people to create horror-themed rap music? Probably so. You have to admit that listening to Memphis music is a one-of-a-kind experience. There's just nothing else that quite captures the dark atmosphere it creates. Lord Infamous had to be one of the most terrifying artists to ever release music. A guy rapping about shooting and gangbanging isn't all that scary. It's watered down even. But having blatant Satanism and other things I'm not even sure I can mention on YouTube.
Yeah, I've heard it. Gravediggers was like that too.
Hip-hop before. And really ever since, in a group as mainstream. We might see little hints like when A$AP Rocky first came out and had some of this ritualistic stuff in his music videos, and most drill rappers today calling themselves demons, but the real deal came out of Memphis. This seriously has to be one of the least fun videos I've ever made, since just talking about this stuff made my hands feel heavy when I was writing it down. In terms of violence, 2023 was the worst year Memphis has had in over a decade. Surprisingly, the murder rate actually went down in 2024, which I guess that's something. And I got trolled for always mentioning nation, but in Memphis, there are a lot of peoples, or the People's Nation, and the Folks Nation. The Bloods are around, but the Gangster Disciples, the Crips, and the Vice Lords have a much bigger presence in Memphis. But like most cities in America, this is mostly divided up within subsets. The Memphis gang unit says there are only 48 of them, but they had their budget cut years ago, so I wouldn't trust these numbers. A couple I know are AOB, which I actually found through this guy named Poppy and his immaculate money spread. I don't even understand how you get bills to do that. 400, 700, Bread Gang, and many, many more. The main reason I believe there's more than 48 sets in Memphis is because there are too many at war. And with war comes breaking off into new sets whenever the younger guys can't trust or are just not that close to the older guys. And also being the most dangerous city in the US, there could be at least 100 altogether. Going back in time though, something I saw that happened in 2013 that I just had to keep reading to make sure I wasn't hallucinating is that the Grape Street Crips had a partnership with the Imperial Wizard of the KKK when they teamed up to stop a Klan rally in Memphis, which I'm speechless, honestly. So the rally in question was supposed to be a protest against the city of Memphis because they planned to rename 3 parks in the city that were named after Confederate generals or something, which, look, everything else aside, it's the winners of a war that usually get honored. I mean, just look at any other war in history. I get it. Still a pretty crazy sentence to read, though. Anyway, every generation is kind of shaped by the generation before, right? Does the older generation in Memphis even know what they was listening to? Was Baby Pooh Shiesty listening to this super overly satanic music when he was riding around with his big cousins back in the day? Did they know? And let's just get this out of the way. Open carry states. I always thought it was crazy to just be able to go in the store and buy and carry any gun at 18 years old. I'm all for self-defense and protecting your castle, but at 18, most people are still in their parents' house or a dorm room. This does not make anywhere safer, because in small towns with no gun crime, people just walk around strapped, despite the fact they'll never likely run into a situation where they have to use it, and in cities, the crime is still rampant. Even Chicago, per capita, is much safer than Memphis, and it's technically illegal to have a gun there. All open carry does for me is make my Walmart trips more PTSD inducing when I see some old man with a revolver hanging off his hip. I went to college in the open carry state, and boy, this made me more nervous than I ever was in Chicago, Illinois. You know most gang members are just teenagers, right? So before they even run into any real beef, they just gonna buy a gun because they can. Memphis is also the poorest large metro area in America. And in a state with no minimum wage like Tennessee that just has to follow the federal minimum of $7.25 an hour, it created a very grimy and hungry atmosphere. Everybody starts out broke. You see your mom and dad working 12 hours a day just to come back home and barely make ends meet. That's when the guys in the street doing the money spread can start to look very appealing. And this was kind of scary about Memphis. It kind of stuck in the past, it seems, because even in Chicago, a lot of gang members didn't even grow up poor. A lot of them never even missed a meal. Honestly, what I've seen is guys jumping headfirst in the streets just to play defense against the one or two psychopaths that each hood has. But when you get a city like Memphis that's much smaller, this one psychopath on the block can easily be 4 or 5. Then what you gonna do? You can come out the house each day and pray you don't become a victim. Staying out the way usually helps. But we know a lot of young men are hard-headed. And again, most gang members are teenagers, so you can just count stupid in there too. And they don't want to be pushed around. Even a rich man knows that power and respect can come with a gun, but obviously not where everybody else has one. Then we all just crabs in a barrel. Instead of helping each other make it out, we just hold each other back. But speaking of that, let's get to the guys in Memphis with money. For example, Big Jook, a guy out of Memphis, you know, Yo Gotti's brother, a millionaire who used his money to keep playing the streets. And this is one example of how organization can be worse than renegade activity. Here you have a guy that can promise you some real money. If you're a young guy in the streets, he can be your way out of Memphis. But what does he want in exchange for this? A life, allegedly. So you end up taking it for him. It was kind of sloppy, but you got the job done. He promised you around $20,000 to $40,000. So now where's the money? You give the boss man a call, and he answers and says, I got some things going on right now. I'll send you 800. It's a cold world out here, and 800 ain't gonna last you a life sentence. In the wise words of OG Percy, I saw a man walk past a dead body, then minutes later, he became a dead body. Jook died leaving his uncle's funeral. Even if he was a man of his word, you still wouldn't have got that payment. The streets is cold, especially when the men at the top of your environment, the ones that can pull you out, don't want to do nothing but send you off. But of course, you can just not be so easily manipulated. A former member of the 3-6 told Vlad in the interview that his personal deal with the devil wasn't to give away his soul. It was just to make others believe in the devil over God. You see, belief is a powerful tool, especially when somebody is willing to use it against you. I have never seen such a mix of this type of thing and street culture as I have in Memphis. Maybe in Haiti and some parts of Florida, where you got some gang members that practice voodoo. Two worlds that should never collide. Gang and the spiritual.
Lil Durk is in some serious trouble. After legal issues dogged him throughout his career.
No, I didn't want to know more about Lil Durk. I got what I needed.
Yeah, we all know. I'm saying.
London niggas. Let's just get this out of the way for all my Americans, all my Yanks, you know what I mean? London is not sweet.
Hey, who's that nigga?
The UK is not sweet. You think Birmingham, Alabama is fucked up? Just go and visit the original Birmingham in England. My accent pretty good though, right? I'm not trying to troll. But these guys started their own unique and very violent ass wave around the same time as Chicago. And some of the UK people came at me for wrongly saying that there was no drill in the UK in 2014. Alright, okay, I understand. Y'all boys are some of the originators too. When I say that they doing their own thing over there, from niggas having guns when I thought it was damn near impossible to get a gun in the UK. Not the way these boys making it look. It was a motherfucker out there killing people. Him and his homie went and hid in Africa, and the nigga had a body double pretending to be him in music videos. How did this nigga even get out the country? Or if you playing around too much out there, you can get chased down by the machete boys like you in Scream or just Florida, to be honest. The UK is something else, alright? And we gotta start with the biggest city, and probably the only city that a lot of my Americans are familiar with, London, B, and the New York drillers. I know some of y'all don't like to admit this, but y'all should thank these British boys for y'all beats. You see, the UK is like the middle step in the fucked up process that led to Brooklyn and the Bronx drill. It's like the New York niggas heard the grimy ass Chicago beats of 2012 and rightfully put their own spin on it, but it didn't catch on at first. But then the boys across the pond said, "Oi mate, more drums, faster beats." And the New York niggas got to jumping and clapping their hands between their legs and spinning around and shit, and yeah, now we where we at today. Alright, now it's a common misconception that drill music is somehow banned in the UK. Of course that's not true, but the Metro Police in London, I don't know if any other city in the UK has actually done this, but they have removed anywhere from 100 to 300 music videos from YouTube a year from 2020 to 2023. So they literally don't want you motherfuckers to blow up because y'all is kind of acting crazy. And the UK has been known recently for locking people up for posts they made on social media, and some of this is stuff that wouldn't even get a second look in the United States for the most part. And despite the size of London, which for reference is about the size of New York City population-wise, and they only have about half the number of police as New York, the murder rate is pretty low. That being said, the thing about y'all in London is, I never noticed how much London and New York were alike, but it takes a different type of man to just run up on a motherfucker with a big ass machete and try to get busy with you. I'm from Chicago, bro. Everybody ain't just gonna run up 5 deep on each side and start sword fighting. This some ancient super savagery y'all got going on. And I will say that where I'm from, some of the Hispanics will pop out on you with a little pocket slasher, but for the most part, this is not something the average YN on this side of the ocean would do. But yeah, I'm scared, bro. I ain't going to London without no off-duty Royal Marines as my security or something. I seen what y'all be doing to tourists. I even made a video about it back in the day, but it got deleted. Here, enjoy this deleted scene. Since most Americans believe the entire UK is just pomp and posh top hat wearing motherfuckers, until you actually explore London and get zapped with a stun gun and robbed like a group of American tourists who were visiting Chelsea last year that got their Rolexes stolen. And for a city in a European country, London is definitely the most dangerous big city in Western Europe. I'm not counting Eastern Europe. If you know, you know. If you don't know, it's a whole nother level of YNs and ONs over there that honestly is too much for me to try to go over right now. What's wrong with y'all? I know it's cloudy and gray and shit all the time, but y'all need to put these big ass swords down. And let me talk to the African brothers over there for a second. Come on, gang. You know that's not what your parents came to the UK for. Not for y'all to start gangbanging. And it's not all of y'all. I know it's not even half of y'all. But being African American in the US, I know exactly what it's like to have 1% of us fuck it up for all of us. When I went to college and got my ass out of Chicago and went to a small white college town, I cannot explain to you the seriousness that people would actually ask me if I had killed somebody before. Like, bro, what you want me to say? When I said no, motherfuckers thought I was hiding something, and if I said yeah, what, is that cool? Hey, bro, it ain't cool to be around a killer nowhere. Where I'm from, once you got down like that, you is on a timer, bro. And in the UK, I see they only be giving you motherfuckers like 25 years. Like, dude that fled the country after catching bodies, rapping about it, then continuing to rap about it from Africa with a body double filling in for him in music videos. He got life, yeah, with a minimum of 24 years. Like, bro, doing something like this in the US, you would get no less than 55 years. Just look at TK. He did the race and that motherfucker only made it to New Jersey. Now, I know Suspect, that's dude's name. Hey, I know how it sound, but I bet wasn't none of y'all play kill him. I know he's gonna be like 50 when he's eligible to get out, bro, but TK is gonna be no less than 70. I'm not saying I agree with either of these guys throwing their life away. I do believe that some people can be rehabilitated. I mean, just look at the other country in Europe that actually does do this and let the convicted murderers go on job interviews and shit. I guess what I should say is that both of our justice systems are broken, and maybe that's why we drilling so hard. I mean, how y'all doing it in London? Okay, I know y'all been doing it since like 2011, 2012, and even before that, y'all had y'all own thing, and even before that, London had gangs since the 18 or even the 1700s. Shit, matter of fact, London has had gangs since the 1200s, if you really want to go back that far. Bro, do you know where the word blackmail comes from? From motherfuckers in England robbing people coming across the border from Scotland. So we know y'all different, at least I do, and I know that I gotta shed the light on y'all for some of my Americans, but I'm not trying to glorify this shit, because as I said, I'm scared of you motherfuckers. I'm not trying to sword fight with nobody. If you see me over there, I'm gonna be with some Royal Marines.
If they take the guns away, you'll go back to the knives.
Allegations, not fun. Let's go from scary to bad, because honestly, there is no in-between. Like when a friend of Shaquille O'Neal alleged that he had been kidnapped in LA because he had a sex tape of Shaq and his mistress.
Tired of playing with your ass.
The court dismissed the case despite the fact that it's possible he could have had a tape like this since Shaq was a really close friend of his, and he also said he had cameras in his house. But first, we have Scottie Pippen Jr. Well, his dad, NBA champion and very strange looking man, Scottie Pippen Sr. Early in 2024, it was alleged in a lawsuit that Pippen Jr. has a brother, an unacknowledged son of Scottie Pippen, who was also murdered in Chicago back in 2012. 18-year-old Devontae Pippen would have been born around 1993, which is when the alleged mistress claimed she was assaulted by Pippen and his brother, resulting in the birth of Devontae. And after this, she claimed that he used his local, state, and federal connections to get all of her cases shot down against him. But an NBA player holding this kind of influence in the 90s is kind of a stretch. But Chicago is a very corrupt city. In fact, it's been named the most corrupt city in the United States several times.
It's probably not the list Chicago wants to be at the top of.
A new report from the University of Illinois claims Chicago is the most corrupt city in the U.S.
The kid does bear some resemblance to Scottie Pippen, and claiming assault after a 5-year relationship is suspicious. Almost as suspicious as the boy being murdered. Moving on to, for one here, Kyle Filipowski being successfully groomed, allegedly, by a college girl while he was in high school. And of course, Josh Giddy. Kyle's family claims that they haven't spoken to him in years, and he only admitted that he had been dating his alleged babysitter and family friend once he turned 18. And he's 7 feet tall now, so probably when she noticed that he was over 6 foot by high school, she started flying from Alabama to Massachusetts to watch him play. And what were they doing after the games? Probably the same thing they did after prom when he was 17. Anyway, now Josh in high school junior he was allegedly involved with, it was an allegation that started from a picture that looked pretty real, and the girl's family even had their lawyers involved. But no evidence was found, so I'm not gonna call him Josh Diddy. But for the next one, we got to take it all the way back to when I first started this channel. Michael Jordan. By far, the worst thing that he or his family ever did was wait 3 weeks to report his father missing when he'd actually been murdered in a parking lot. Now, obviously, Michael and his family didn't know that, and I can see you not hearing from your dad for a couple days and not wondering, but 3 weeks of not seeing or hearing from him after he told you he was going somewhere. And it's not like Michael's parents were estranged, at least not when he was growing up. They were married. And Zion Williamson, of course, stopping at Wendy's before a game and being late, and this was allegedly right before he got suspended, and this is obviously why, but it's not the worst thing he's ever done. We all know that the worst thing he did was let any of his nighttime activities come to the daylight, or for him to even associate with somebody that would expose him with as much money as he has. I understand he signed a $185 million contract before he was 21, but he appears to have gotten over it, so that's fine. Torrey Craig, just a good Christian boy. You see how he asks his OnlyFans girlfriend what she's doing on the weekend? And she says church activities. A lot of them. He's actually dating Megan Thee Stallion, and I know this because my dad recently discovered who she was and was disappointed to find out that she had a boyfriend. But with this, I honestly don't know which decision was worse. Sending $100, basically lowballing the woman you're cheating with, allegedly, or even actually messaging somebody being this thirsty. Torrey, you have never played a full season, ever. You're not a bad shooter, except at the free throw line. At least when Zion gets exposed, he can come back and average 26, 7, and 8 a night, moving on to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He let a real shady real estate company sell him an $8 million home in Canada that was supposed to be safe and secure. But one day, someone someone knocked, and when he answered, there was a kind of threatening stranger at the door looking for a dude named Aiden. This was 4 days after they moved in, so his girlfriend called the police, and the police said, "Oh hey, we've received reports of people trying to break in there before." Probably terrified, they contacted a guy they knew in private security, and he informed them that someone had also threatened to burn the house down. Now, why would somebody want to hurt this nice Canadian fella? They don't. They want Aiden Platursky. He's a crypto fraudster that's stolen so much money that he not only got kidnapped months before SGA bought the house, but there were a lot of people trying to find him. Now, anybody can be misled by a property agent trying to make a huge commission check. He said he even knew what was going on with Aiden when he sold SGA the house. This guy got kidnapped and held for ransom. Maybe don't describe his last known residence as safe and secure. This actually led to SGA winning a lawsuit against the company, so I guess he won in the end. Obviously, Kawhi Leonard probably feels like joining the NBA was the worst decision he ever made. Sometimes, he just seems like a guy that would have been happy to just own a mechanic shop in Compton, completely content, and he probably doesn't like the fact that he has to talk to people every day and play basketball. Just kidding. I tried to source this picture, and I just cannot find out what year it's from. I would say it's probably from 2017 after Tim Duncan left. The Toronto thing was great for the city, great for basketball, but in the long run, pairing him with a superstar and making him the boss is how you fail. He never would have had the chance to win his first finals MVP without Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, and Manu Ginobili. He was drafted into the second half of a dynasty, and it's unfortunate that the Spurs were so old by 2015. He had DeJounte Murray and Kyle Anderson right before he left. If he had just stayed, who knows? And he wouldn't have 3 rings if he never left San Antonio, but it would have fit the culture of the team. Ginobili was there for 16 years, Tony Parker, 17 years, Tim Duncan, 19 years, and I won't say if the Warriors were healthy, Toronto would have never won anyway, because that's not what happened. The Warriors were broken, and they're a completely new team now. So if Joel Embiid and the 76ers actually managed to stop Leonard from taking 39 shots in one game, he wouldn't have taken this one, and the Sixers could have been NBA champions. I'm sorry, I can't help but laugh when I say something crazy. Moving on, Kevin Durant. It was dropping weed out of his long-ass pocket on camera. No, I'm just playing. The only thing that he has done since leaving Oklahoma City is give Stephen Clay 2 rings and ensure that he will be the NBA player most people forget even has 2 rings. He has 2 of them. I have to constantly remind myself that this man is a 2-time NBA champion and finals MVP. But that's probably because 2017 and 2018 weren't even real. Or at least that's how it seems when I try to remember those 2 years. Who did they even play in the conference finals? It doesn't matter because these seasons didn't matter. I'm pretty sure that it was so irrelevant that the Warriors almost swept the entire postseason one year while missing Steph for several games. Anyway, Durant went to Brooklyn because he thought it was a good market.
Being in a big city like this could do nothing but help.
Wrong. New York City is a good market, not just Brooklyn. If DJ Khaled bought the Pacers and turned them into the Miami Beach Manatees, would that be a better market than the city of Miami? And the Suns, the Clippers have better odds in the playoffs. The Pelicans with Zion Williamson have better odds in the playoffs, especially in the first round. And now what, Kevin? You're in the hottest area code in the United States, literally, paying high-ass water bills, and y'all have still not even lived up to Charles Barkley's sons. I'm not gonna be the 1 millionth guy to complain about Kevin Durant constantly getting a trade, because everybody does it now for the most part, but it's like watching a Hall of Fame player at the end of his career on a terrible team. Except for this is not the end of Kevin Durant's career. His team shouldn't be horrible, and yet no one has talked about them winning a championship since this team first got Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal, which I called out as soon as it happened as possibly the worst series of trades ever in terms of uselessness, pure uselessness. Now, there's obviously still a lot of stuff that I couldn't put in this video because it would probably be an hour long if I were to actually talk about every NBA allegation. But yeah, I bet you guys thought this whole video was gonna be about trades or something stupid. Well, no, because decisions happen on and off the basketball court, obviously with most of them being off of it. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe. Respect women.
I like this guy a lot. I guess I identify with black streamers more than I do white, which is weird. I identify with this guy more than I think anybody else I've heard on YouTube, which is weird. I come from white culture. I don't know. But I lived in places where it was like very multicultural.
On July 23rd, 1993, James Jordan, father of Michael Jordan, was returning home after a long day playing golf. And while traveling down either Highway 74 or I-95, he decided to stop at a Quality Inn hotel to park his car and sleep in the parking lot. Now, why would he do this?
Oh, my stepfather does this.
Lexus, and he was Michael Jordan's father. Surely he had enough money to get a room, and he probably did. But this was a common practice back in the day. Obviously, this was the first thing that struck me as odd about this case. But my father, who was about 15 years younger than James Jordan and a former truck driver traveling across the country, also assured me that this was a fairly common practice back then for people going on long trips. Now, because this happened so long ago, it's unclear where Michael Jordan's parents were living in 1993. The earliest record I could find was his mother living in Phoenix from 1995 to 2001 when she put her house on the market. But Jordan parked his car at the hotel in Lumberton, North Carolina, a small town only an hour away from Wilmington, the town where James Jordan raised his family. He had likely been to Lumberton many times before. The town had actually just become famous when two men held an office building hostage in 1988, not to steal anything, but to force the governor of the state to investigate corruption in the local town government. Now, this stemmed from the booming illegal trade in the town, as well as police
He's a good streamer.
stealing evidence from lockers, and even nepotism to the point where the sheriff got his son a job as the deputy sheriff, who then proceeded to...
So, like, I've been looking for this kind of, like, real, like, sort of real true story stuff, but not, like, on a tip that's, like, depressing and she blew her dad or he chopped up his girlfriend, the kind of stuff. I'm not looking for that weird shit like that. I'm looking for true real life stories in the cities and stuff, because that does fascinate me. I've been lately, like I think everybody else is watching, like Netflix and stuff and new stuff on Prime Video and stuff like Fallout and all this. I'm watching Perry Mason from the fucking 50s because it's like really human interest stuff, and a lot of those cases were written by people who copy cases from in the real world, and I've always viewed the real life being more fascinating, which is kind of weird. That's something my best friend and I shared in common. We both had kind of a strong background in nonfiction books, and he liked this about me because most people don't really have the time for nonfiction books, but I do the trade mags if I can. Like I've never had the money to order them. He has, and he does. He subscribes to Nat Geo. And I like the rags, and I used to subscribe to Nat Geo and Game Informer and send them magazines and stuff, and then I would also read quite a lot having to do with any interests that I had. He had a whole library that I chewed through, quite a lot of books in that library. I guess, yeah, I'm sending this to my bank alt stuff, extra stuff that I don't need because I'm kind of stuck here. I have to go home to Bastock. I don't know why I came to Selbina. I'm just sending stuff, but really I should just take the free teleport home. I should do rank stuff now. It's annoying. I have to do one more Black Mage session to get to Warp, and then I'm done with Black Mage on this character. I've been thinking about doing BST Nin to 75. I think it's the safest bet. It's the least work. It's the, all you do is cast Suits of Semi. That's it. You don't have to heal or charge up or buff or anything at all. It's just BST Nin, just 2 axes and and a charm, and while it's dangerous, and I'll probably lose the hardcore character, if I stick to EPs that only pay like 40 XP, I'll probably be okay. I don't know. Now I could go back into the dunes again right here. Yeah. I can't mail off the thief gear. I should switch jobs here because the black mage is just a liability while I go home and I deal with all the stuff I need for black mage to, like, totally be where it needs to be. I'm out of money, so I'm gonna send money from the bank alt. It's gonna send 75k. I'm gonna go shopping. I should technically instant warp home. It's safer. Oh no, that'll be Juno. Could do Juno. Ride the Chocobo. What level is Chocobo? It's 18. I don't think I can ride Chocobo yet. No, I don't want to leave. Well, yeah, I want to leave because I can get back here to Dunes. But I want to prep for actually, like, playing Black Mage with, like, some intellect gear if I can get it. I'm going to blow, like, another 100k on this fucking Black Mage. And, well, more than that, I'm going to buy Drain. Which is so annoying. I'm going to send her Drain. She doesn't really need to go anywhere. I don't think there is many items. There's like a chess piece that has int on it. I do need to bring her home. She's got 180k. I can send 140 of it. And any of it she's got spare, I'll just send back, I guess. It's annoying. She is a priority to me, so whatever. I mean, she's a money hog, my hardcore character, but I'm really enjoying the process, so whatever. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, we're sending a motherfucking 140k, which is just off the hook. I mean, everything's so expensive. I'm blowing like 100 grand a day. I'll have to take a break after this. But anyways, let's go prep for properly geared Black Mage in the Dunes, which is like, you know, a hairpin. No, not hairpin. It's a cloak. I have the cloak, but I've got to go home. Probably safer and faster to just instant warp and then take the Dunes. No, it's easier to switch jobs. I've gotta re-gear my character and take her back out there and get her farming again. But I'm just gonna level. It doesn't really matter. I guess I'll get on 76 and do my daily and get in to do Mothman and take the free XP.
And during a traffic stop, but was quickly given self-defense, and the case was dropped by the district attorney, who was also a friend of the deputy sheriff's father. So needless to say, there was something weird about this town. Now, it was while James Jordan slept in the parking lot of this small, weird town that two men, 17-year-old Larry Demery and 18-year-old Daniel Andre Green, were creeping around the hotel hoping to rob someone as they left. But the pair stopped when they noticed James Jordan's Lexus. Allegedly, according to court documents, they believed the 56-year-old James Jordan to be a street pharmacist, so they chose him as their target. They then walked up to the car and did the deed before stealing the car and allegedly driving for almost an hour while James Jordan was still in the vehicle before dumping him in the town of McCall, South Carolina. Now, Larry states he was just there to steal and that he watched Green commit the act for, quote, no reason. And the fact that Green was found with one of Michael Jordan's championship rings when he was apprehended, as well as more of Jordan's possessions, seems to definitely point to him playing a major role. But despite the evidence against him, Green was granted an appeal, with his supporters citing a negative match on blood evidence from the case and James Jordan's cell phone. The very thing that helped the police track the two men down was the cell phone towers, when the two perps started to make a series of phone calls using James Jordan's phone inside the car. And one of these calls was to the
I'm gonna have to buy Warp too. Warp is gonna be expensive.
And it's also noted that James Jordan was cremated after only 10 days in the coroner facility, supposedly due to a lack of storage, when it is common for even unidentified John Does to be held for at least 2 weeks to a month before being disposed of. It was even discovered that the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation had a list of 200 incidents where technicians mishandled or destroyed evidence. James Jordan was on this list before mysteriously being removed from it by the state. And not to mention that Jordan wasn't reported missing until 3 weeks after his disappearance. Now, it would seem that with all these strange occurrences, that these two men couldn't have acted alone. Michael Jordan was known to have a gambling problem and was known to be in the presence of members of the mafia. Now, the mafia...
Oh, I didn't know that was about Michael Jordan. So there was a Law and Order SVU episode that I've seen a whole bunch of times that was about like a black athlete who was like leaned on by these, and his father was killed by these like sports betting people, and I always wondered who they were like referring to, and apparently it was Michael Jordan, I guess.
Gambling over the years, with the most famous example of this activity occurring in the NBA, of course, being the case of Tim Donaghy, who was on the payroll, allegedly, of the Colombo crime family to ensure that certain games had certain outcomes. Tim was caught and prosecuted, of course, but Tim was active in the early 2000s, years after Michael Jordan was on the Bulls. So it's safe to say that before Donaghy, the mob's influence could have been even larger in sports. And what always comes with gambling is debt. Michael Franzese, a former underboss for the Colombo family and one of the most powerful mobsters of the 80s and 90s, at one point pulling in $8 million a week from his schemes, like all mobsters, was eventually arrested on racketeering before testifying against other mobsters, being released from prison. And upon his release, he decided to tell his story. Now, it was always speculated that Michael Jordan's first retirement in October 1993, just 2 months after his father was discovered, wasn't his choice after all, and that the NBA suggested that he leave to save his own image as well as that of the league. You see, the public knew all about Michael Jordan's gambling and mob connections, and rumors had begun to surface that Jordan was in debt to some dangerous people. And this may have been the motive behind what happened to his father. Michael Jordan was the face of the NBA, and his own gambling problem was threatening to tarnish the golden boy image he has worked so hard to build up. Michael Franzese, the former underboss, seems to back this claim up. He claims that after his trial and sentence, once he officially retired from the mob, he was actually hired by the NBA to speak to rookies about the danger of gambling. He claims that he was told two things. The first was that unnamed people inside the NBA told him that Michael Jordan was being forced to retire. The second thing is that it was always a part of the plan for Michael to come back. Now, he never outright stated that gambling was the cause of what happened to Michael's father, but he did state that, quote, "From what I was led to believe, it had something to do with his gambling problem." Green's defense argued in court findings that the state had withheld evidence, including the phone call made from the perps to the sheriff's other son, Hubert Larry Deese. But instead of being a cop like his brother, Larry was a known criminal. And it's important to note that many residents of Lumberton state that the hotel Jordan was parked at was a very active place for the illegal trade, and it is theorized that the sheriff's son had something to do with it, and that Green and Demery were wrongfully convicted. Now, this is all speculation, of course, and Demery and Green are still fighting for appeals and parole to this day. When watching the interview of Michael Franzese, it's clear that he is hiding something, but what exactly he's hiding, we will likely never know. But until then, what really happened to James Jordan will likely remain a mystery.
Wow, I had no idea. That must have haunted him.
On April 22nd, 2004, in Spera, a small village in Afghanistan near the city of Khost, an Army Ranger and NFL player, Pat Tillman, met his demise at the hands of his own platoon. 2 years prior, Tillman had turned down a $3.6 million contract from the Arizona Cardinals to join the war in Afghanistan. Now, the official cause of the incident was accidental friendly fire when he was mistaken by members of his platoon for an enemy soldier. The fog of war, or the uncertainty experienced by people in military operations due to many circumstances that can cause accidents to happen, is nothing new. For as long as military operations have existed, mistakes have been made. But it is interesting to note that of all reported instances of American-friendly fire in Afghanistan from 2001 to 2016, a period of 15 years, the Pat Tillman incident is the only one that involves soldiers directly firing upon another soldier. Every other instance of American-friendly fire in Afghanistan was airstrike related. An Afghan soldier allied with the U.S., Saeed Farhad, also met his demise in this incident. According to the Army, Tillman's platoon had split up allegedly due to a broken Humvee. It was during this separation that one of the two groups was allegedly ambushed. Tillman's group, despite only being half a mile in front of everyone else, rode through the same canyon with no incident. It is reported that Tillman's group even attempted to signal a friendly position and maintain themselves on a slope so they will be visible to anyone in the canyon. Despite this, the other group claims they saw muzzle flashes coming from Tillman's direction, so they directed their attack to his position. Now, there are two things that struck me from the Department of Defense's findings in this part of the case. The document states that the platoon's mission that day was to achieve a certain unnamed objective by nightfall. The time restriction on the mission was stated as the reason the group decided to split up and continue the mission even after they had a vehicle breakdown. Now, not only were the two groups in visible range of each other, but the fact that they had to finish their objective by nightfall means that the incident took place in either the morning or the middle of the day. But before I could say for certain that the visibility conditions must have been excellent, I have to admit that this particular region of Afghanistan is unusual in that it doesn't receive as much sunlight as the rest of the country, and it actually receives a lot more rain and clouds. And when this incident took place, the monsoon season was approaching. Now, despite every soldier present being accounted for, it was never disclosed who had actually done the deed, allegedly due to ballistics. And speaking of ballistics, let's talk about some inconsistencies in the case. Tillman was reported to be hit 3 times by friendly fire while he was, quote, in the line of devastating enemy fire. And members of Tillman's group state that the other squad, while riding in a Humvee, attacked their position without any attempts to identify them. Tillman was even reported to be waving his hands to signal to the soldiers that he was not an enemy. Even worse, he actually identified himself over radio to the other group multiple times, saying, "Cease fire, friendly, I'm Pat Tillman." One soldier even claimed he had recently had laser eye surgery and his vision was hazy. But when his squad leader, who was reported to have 20/20 vision, was asked about his excuse, he claimed that he just had tunnel vision. And the rest of the group just state they followed the lead of the group leader.
They just shot his ass.
Question. But the biggest inconsistency in the case that has been brushed over is the fact that even though the Army states Tillman was hit while hiding behind a rock, this would be seemingly impossible due to 2 things. For one, Tillman was reported to be hit in the head 3 times. Now, that's a hard enough task alone from distance, not to mention in the middle of such a stressful ambush that multiple members of the group suggested they couldn't see clearly. And the most damning evidence of all, the Army doctor who performed the autopsy stated that Tillman's injuries were sustained by blows from less than 30 feet away from him. For reference, 30 feet is only half a bowling lane. How trained soldiers could accidentally hit someone in the head 3 times from half a bowling alley away in a moving vehicle and claim not to be able to see clearly what's in front of them just may be the most suspicious thing I've ever heard. Tillman's unit also burned his body armor and uniform after the fact for unknown reasons, along with his notebook where he allegedly wrote anti-war material calling the U.S. invasion of Iraq illegal. And as far as the military keeping secrets, the 3-star general who withheld the truth about Tillman's demise from his family for months told investigators approximately 70 times that he had a bad memory and could not recall those events. Army attorneys were even caught congratulating each other through emails for keeping investigators away so the Army could conduct their own internal investigation. Basically, they investigated themselves. And no Army doctor to date has ever agreed with the story the Army told about the incident, since the foul play was evident. Now, all of this makes it seem like someone in Tillman's platoon had a problem with him. But of course, from all reports, he was well loved by his comrades. But this attack was far too accurate to just be a mistake. And there's only one theory, in my opinion, that can help explain what really happened to Pat Tillman. And I call this theory the military-industrial murder. If you're American, then it's well known that in the immediate aftermath of the 2001 attack on the United States, the U.S. government had all the public support they could ever hope for in sending troops to wherever our enemies were. And I remember being a kid in the early 2000s before everyone had the internet, and most Americans had never even heard of Afghanistan. But 88% of Americans supported military action in Afghanistan in 2001. But the thing is, war is only popular when you're winning. So every year troops remained there, public opinion soured worldwide. The invasion happened in October, and by December there had already been a friendly fire incident. And this was followed by an even worse incident of Canadian and American friendly fire just 4 months later. And this was still 2 months before Pat Tillman was even deployed. With growing opposition from the public, the U.S. was struggling to convince the American people that they could actually win. Pat Tillman had the perfect story. An all-American athlete that gave up his career and millions of dollars to serve his country. And regardless of who's responsible for the attack, Lieutenant General Stanley McChrystal, who approved Pat Tillman to be awarded the Silver Star, the third highest decoration in the U.S. Armed Forces, originally tried to spin the story as an enemy ambush. A brigadier general named Gary Jones told the Washington Post that senior Army commanders knew that this was a friendly fire incident within days. And Lieutenant General McChrystal was the director of the Joint Staff, one of the most senior officers in the entire Army. Yet he still released an official account of the event, calling it a result of enemy fire, before retracting his statement the next day.
Oh, there's some of the stuff.
To Tillman, and the National Infantry Museum even displayed the same story, enemy fire, before it too was changed. And this was almost likely to give the public a hero's ending to Tillman's story, rather than the ugly truth. But the thing is, Pat Tillman was a hero either way, but friendly fire on the man who had made headlines for giving up an NFL career to fight for his country is just devastating, and it definitely hit public opinion hard. And as for the trigger man, we would likely never know. The Army conducted its own internal investigation, and members of the squad that supposedly attacked Tillman have done interviews, with one man even stating he may have been the trigger man, but he can't be sure due to the alleged distance. If you ask me, Pat Tillman was attacked by a member of his platoon, but not the group everyone is pointing at. I find it very suspicious that not much in the way of blame has ever been heard about the group Tillman himself was positioned with. The Army Ranger in the other group stated he saw a muzzle flash and smoke coming from the direction of Tillman's group, but who would they have been firing at? No evidence of an enemy attack has ever been found. So either the Ranger did see muzzle flashes from Tillman's group and had unknowingly witnessed the crime and fired in their direction in the confusion, or anyone who did conspire against Tillman got the deed done, and those who didn't conspire were too afraid to speak up. And if this were true, then it would just be another cover-up to add to the long list of suspicious activity in the military. There are still men walking this earth that know what really happened to Pat Tillman, and that's likely a secret that will be taken to the grave.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing?
You took me off the channel. You can't just like play his whole repertoire or whatever. Go back.
On April 22nd, 2004.
Go. Out of 200 videos, we got to be like a little bit more selective. But yeah, what happened to Memphis? Yeah, that's a good one. Let's do that. No, we finished the Memphis one. Playboy Cardi is lame. When signed to a rapper kills you. How rappers get their friends killed. Kanye is scared of his wife. Worst decisions and allegations of NBA players. Worst NBA allegations. Worst things NBA players ever did. The worst NBA player ever is still active. College football has gone too far. Why do rappers die like this? Rappers only living for 6 months. Bronny does what he wants. The dumbest rapper ever. We're for worst. You know, some of it sort of starts to get sort of one and the same in a little bit more. Some of these aren't long enough, so I'm just going to get off it and just go see what the main channel's offering. The Scary Side of Dubai. Guild Wars 2 made me quit every MMO. Why? Marathon's marketing has been crazy so far. Snitch talk. The Dire Wolves are a lie. 2.0 delayed. 1.4 update. 7 days to die. Storms brewing. Oh, 2.0 got delayed. So 2.0 got delayed, okay.
What's up, survivors? Spartan85 here. Welcome back to the channel, and today I'm going to be bringing...
Boy, that's a bad game. You can just see it. It's so janky. You can just fucking see it from the outside. You're like, the jank is visible on the screen. You can fucking see it. It's like, But I like the game. It's got really good immersion, and it's got a lot of hand-drawn jump scares and stuff that are really good. I wouldn't mind returning to it. We'll wait for 2.0 though. I'm not jumping in yet. I got all this other stuff I've got to do. Got to go pull 2 more gold out because I fucking ran into the water again. At least this time, all I had was axes and bandages and stuff. I didn't have anything because I just left the city. But I'm going to take a ride with her out so it's faster. And I'm just going to bring us to the trees. First, I have to go spend 2 gold on victuals and stuff. I lost another axe, so I'm just going to pull one out. I mean, I don't even know why I am not getting in fights. I don't think I need to bring this axe. It's just wasteful, really. Yeah, great. Yep, you give me my torch back. Cool. So, you know, I never thought about it, but the torch has no damage, huh? You literally cannot do damage with a torch. That's stupid. So, let's get... $50 bandages, even though I don't use them. Yep. And then a lot of axes, like 20 axes or so. Yeah, that's about right, I'd say. And then we're going to come over to the grocery vendor. They get like 500 food or whatever, simple pig pie, whatever, 75 silver we'll buy. How much is that? I don't know. It's light, right? Yeah, what is that in weight? It's 20 pounds. Well, I'll just bring it back so I don't have to, like... I'll just grab this out of the bank, I guess. I'll go back to the bank. I'll just leave it there. No, do eat the food. It's going to take a little while, but... Okay, so... Oh, yep. Time is sort of getting away from me. I think I actually kind of sort of semi-committed to a party here in 10 minutes. So, there we go. Oh, 140 grand. Every time you see that, you get a boner. Okay, 140 grand. Good. Let's go get this. Oh, no, I sent 140 grand to myself, apparently. Okay, so send to Skycatlive DHC. I want to send 140 grand. Yes. Okay, good. And now we have to shop out this black mage right quick. I have to go back. I forgot I sent the money to the wrong alt. Yeah. But I'm playing more hardcore, which was my original goal. Hardcore FFXI is addictive as hell. I didn't know. It was like, it's what all those WoW boys had. I just don't like WoW like I like FFXI. I don't like WoW like I like FFXI. I love FFXI. It's such an embracing community and like good game. Yeah, we did everything here that we need to do. We're going to the bank, which is north. Yeah, north. I am looting the mailbox and going to the... Oh, yeah. Let's see. Let's just go through the whole gamut, right? I don't know. I have enough room. No, I don't really. Because I have to mail stuff, but my shit's full. There. I want to mail fire crystals to the main. And like honey and beehive chip. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. The rest of that. Yep. Drain is really 76k. 76k, are you fucking serious? What's the drain quest? It's long and annoying, isn't it? I don't want to. I don't want to blow 80k on that. I don't want drain. Shock. Deals what? I mean, shock's cool. Yeah, shock's another dot, huh? 2,000, huh? Stone Gaw. Warp. I can do warp now. Oh, warp is 17. I thought it was 18. Well, then shit. Then just buy that. Shit. I'm done, huh? I'm done with Black Mage, huh? Warp. What else, huh? Is it like Stone 2 at... No, that's at 26. And then what else? What am I missing here? Frost. MP hairpin, bone hairpin, and robe have to sell. Okay, gotta sell this other thing that I just took off. What is it? It's like a robe. Yeah, get it off me so I have the room to get other stuff. So, we're gonna go down the line. We're gonna look for intellect on anything that I can get from the shields. Any shields at all for Black Mage? Nope. Head, I don't need head because I'm going to buy a body. When I bought the body, it didn't buy it, so I came to the dunes without a body, which is so stupid. Whatever the best one is at 13 or whatever, Royal Footman. Yeah, it has int, which, I mean, that's still better. There's adding an int again, but I mean, yeah, there's nothing better than that for a while. So yeah, we'll get, like, into a Royal Footman's tunic at 7,200. God damn it. Royal Footman's tunic. My hands, maybe there's something, I don't know. We'll look. Mitts, we'll start with Scentless Armlets, which are evasion 5. They're 20k, which for a hardcore character is not the worst idea, but if I could wear the battle gloves, I would do those, but I can't. I can get Zealot's Mitts, which cuts my intellect, which I don't want to do. Asbestos Mist, which is no good, so the cuffs are, like, okay, but better defense would be safer. We could go, yeah, the scentless armless, they're kind of pretty good for the throughput. If I can get them for 20. Yeah, that's the problem. What about 21? No, see, I don't know if I want to invest that much. That seems kind of crazy to me. I'll go with the linen cups. They'll be cheap. They're like 500. I'll just do that. Okay, that replaces these. The linens are level 12, yeah, so they'll be acceptable. The Royal Footman's Cloak. Take a look at back armor, which I think is actually the evasion armor. I don't know, or evasion thing. Oh, Missile Cape, which is mine, but I don't get anything. Oh, yeah, the Night Cape. I'm sorry, yeah, the Night Cape or whatever. Or the Black Cape or the Night Cape, I don't know, whatever it is. Evasion 3. Missile Cape, Mind 1, I don't know. I don't see anything here that totally jumps out. The Missile Cape is a little too expensive, yeah, so... Yeah, I mean, what's the Cape plus 1? What do you sell that for? 2,000? Let's go upgrade just because it's better defense, a little safer. You wouldn't let it? You wouldn't sell it for that? Well, then I don't want to buy it then. Yeah, maybe a belt, maybe the fairy belt, I can't remember. Waist. Got it's 8:30. Hecko Obi, Friar's Rope. Friar's Rope is better than nothing, and it fits some of my classes, so I probably will purchase one now. I knew I would be spending money, but I didn't know on what. Yeah. So, Friar's Rope. Legs, I don't know if legs matter, but we'll go look. I don't think they do, really. Free sword slops at MP5. Yeah, 4,000. I think that's pretty good, actually. Defense 3, MP5. That's not bad for a mage. That's better than I expected, honestly. It's better than what I'm currently wearing. Now, sell the... Yeah, sell... Oh, and that belt. Yeah, sell this bloodstone. Oh, I don't know. The bloodstone is actually useful. I'm gonna keep it, but I need to put it away. I need to put all that stuff away, but whatever. We'll go see if I can do that before I can get out of here. I have warp now, which is really good, but I don't want to use it. What else? There's boots, which I don't think mage gets boots of any kind, I don't think. So everything's there except for maybe an earring. I don't think mage gets an earring this low, but we'll see. Yeah, oh yeah, maybe I do buy like an onyx earring or something, or some such, like the Valor earring. How much is that? It's 18k. That's pretty steep, motherfucker. The evasion might actually be worth it, but I don't think I want to spend the money. The evasion's not the worst plan. The silver earrings. 14k is not off the hook, you know. It does make me feel safer, so we will buy them. Although I don't know if I'll be able to wear them. No, the earring does not matter to me. I don't want to spend the money, frankly. So, okay, we are good. Int and mine 3. And this, oh, I already have a silver earring. Never mind, I already have one. So... yeah, so we're looking good now. Much more geared for Black Mage. Yeah, and this is a good club. It has ints in mind that stays solid the whole way. I couldn't get any ints, I don't think, from anything else. Yeah, there's nothing else that gives int this low. So, now we teleport to Dunes. And see... Oh, no. No? Oh. I had to go switch jobs and to, like, get to goddamn, to get to Selbina, which is so dumb. But, I mean, it is free transport that I can use to save time. I want to buy those leaving boots. That's cheaper than it's been in a little while. $4.20. Wish I had it sitting there, but I don't. Oops, I went the wrong way, huh? Yeah, I gotta change jobs just to get to the fucking dunes, but at least it's a valid way to get to the dunes. Yeah. I need to eat, but I also need... Ooh. Where did I end up here? I am trying to get in to dump a lot of this food because it weighs too much. We will split you down to 500 and take the rest. And put it away for a later day so I don't have to go run back and get it later. There we are. Yes, and then we can dump that because we don't need it and we're ready to ride out. I will summon the other one now. And I will ride her horse out. I will eat. Wait, no, I put the 500 away and I meant to put the 14 away. Oops. Put the 14 away. There we go. So. Yep, good. Oh yeah, I was going to do this and I've totally spaced it. So, we will do some Eve, accept, and take me to, yes, at waypoint, board your Corvette, undock. Nope. Large crates of frozen food, undock. No, wait, don't undock. Log off. Re-render, because your client is like fucked up or something. Re-render this whole game because you're like not loading the menus correctly. Nope, you're like not rendering at all, so... I have major crown surgery coming up on the 21st, which is annoying. It's going to lay me out for like a day or two. Fucking annoying. But it'll be the last of my dental care, which is good. I had a whole bunch of stuff I did in last month. So, yeah, we're looking good. We got to get this other account in so she can transport us out. One of the nice things about her is she can always make it so I don't have to walk. Either account, so I don't ever have to walk. She's always got a horse. She's never ganked because she's always logged out. I will pay probably both. Like probably next month I'll probably pay for these mortal accounts, which is annoying. But I mean, like, I like having 2 mortal accounts. It really opens up the game for me. I didn't know. But she's like my instant ride. I don't ever have to walk around ever again in this game, and that's so powerful in my opinion. Like for this game in particular. Oh yeah, I'm moving and I shouldn't be. I'm just going to hop on a horse now. Hopping on the horse now. I need you to allow me to get on the horse. Your inventory is dealt with. We could do sales while we're here because I kind of need to know how much I made. So, yes, but that wasn't right. Or, well, yes, it is right, actually. Yeah, take all of that. We're going to sell all of it. Oh, your pet can't carry that much. Okay, so we'll sell this. Okay, so come here. Come here, horse. So, buy orders of gray wood. Uh-oh, looking low now. Maybe I better just take what's there, I guess, and I'll start selling it. Yeah, did we get money here? Or no, you can't sell it like that? Okay, so sell. So we see that that's problematic. All the wood has been sold out, and I'm going to try and take all their money that I can get so I can raise the money to... Yeah, so I can raise the money to buy a house, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's looking like maybe I might hit a wall there on wood. I might have to just sell the granum, I guess. I don't really know. I bought out all of this wood. Son of a bitch. Well, I mean, he's got kind of a big order, but the price is not that good. The price is not that good for it. But, I mean, okay, so we learned. Gold, 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 silver, 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 copper. We made 99 gold. I guess that's okay, but it's, like, kind of rough. What I will do is... Oh, no, I can't transport gold across from city to city. I don't know. I guess I've got to sell this wood. So we will. I will see what the prices are on Granum. It appears that she's got to switch to Granum now. There we go. Good. I don't know. It's not that amazing, though. Yeah, like, they really don't pay. Like, they fucking do not pay here. Which is problematic for me. Raising money here will be problematic. It is, not that easy, as it appears. We'll have to make our income from... I mean, I got 100 gold off that wood, but I mean, it's not good enough. We'll need... she's got some. She's got a 40 gold on her. We're about halfway. So, yeah, I guess we take up the Granum market. I'm going to re-examine the Granum market. There's enough here to make enough money, so she's going to have to chop stone for the rest of it. Now, I had her buy axes. So I will leave those here because they're not really going to serve for what we need. And the horse, yeah, the horse, we go to a different place now, and I'm going to farm stone. No, I'm going to farm stone where no one will ever find me. Where will that be? No, they'll see me if I'm standing out. I'll have to find, like a spot where I can do it, where they leave me alone. That'll be tough. It'll be tough. I mean, I don't know. I need some place where I can just farm the stone unharassed. Maybe well, I mean, I'm going to have her take me out on the horse, but, yeah, I will have her buy tools first. Oh. So, pull back. The horse is where I can't reach him, which is fucking annoying. Come back here now. What was that sound? Okay, so, I am going to get on, and I'm going to invite you to ride. Okay, then I'm going to take her to the stone, and I'm going to have her farm around the town, where she's way less likely to be harassed. And way more likely to just bank. And I'll just have the horse come in every little while. Maybe tomorrow there'll be... No, I should sell these. I need to get off the horse, I guess, which is annoying. I just got on. No, I want this wood because I think I might need it. Yeah, I'm just going to keep it. So, yeah, we see that, yeah, now we need Granum income. She needs to bring 2 gold with her. Did she do that? No. So, get off the horse. Grab 2 gold. We're going to buy pickaxes. Pickaxes. Gold. Yeah, it's like, yeah, silver. 100 silver, whatever 100 silver will get. And okay, ride me to the tool vendor. We don't have to go far, which is a nice thing. I don't have to go far or take much risk, which is good. I don't have to take even as much risk as I've been taking to farm the rest of the money to buy this house. I don't have to take as much risk as I've been taking near the woods and drowning or getting attacked or whatever. And this is a little bit less stressful what I'm going to do because I have protection from guards. So that's good, but I still need to buy the tools and get out there, which is always kind of a hassle. I need to eat. I'm kind of low blood sugar, and I can feel it like causing me to drag a little bit. Yeah. So, oh no, we're buying picks. Yeah, we're buying picks, but all the creatures are happy. Nobody's starving.
Let me show you.
Oops.
Please come again.
So.
Let me show you.
Okay, picks. 15. Oh, no, that'll be a little bit more than we have or whatever. No, what happened? I pulled out silver. It's not here? Oh, no, I'm on the wrong character is what it is. Oops. So, you, I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, so all the way to 100. Except, yes. Then I would like to hear, the LA Noir main theme, but I want it like an extended. Yeah, it's like 1 hour extended, yeah. Some peaceful evening music, you know? Kind of Miles Davis-ish. A little bit more heroin than Miles Davis. I love this song. I was such a high-strung individual my entire fucking life. It's so good to just chill the fuck out to my blood pressure medication and like the peaceful music and stuff. I'm still high-strung and I'm still high on caffeine and shit, but like, it doesn't matter. This is much more chill. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna farm all the stone outside the city and dump to the horse. AFK. actually. Okay, so we're done on this character for now, I think, and she's broke. Jesus Christ. That's very bad. That means I have to farm for a long time. But I did get Dark Crystals, and I am parked at Dark Crystals, which is really good. Yeah, I didn't leave. Oh no, there's a BST here. That's very bad. Run, you, run. That's right, I'm gonna steal your Ellie and compete. I don't care. He heard the flea and he knew. He was like, fuck, I've got competition. He had already done north. Maybe he's working his way down the hallway, I don't know. I don't have the flea to beat him now. Son of a bitch. Maybe I should have brought Black Mage. Oh no, he's like killing it. No. Have you taken south yet? You're probably done with these, huh? You're like moving back down the hall again? Well, it takes some time. I'm gonna compete with him. Did you take this one too? Yeah, you did. I got your rather elemental. Haha. Yeah, that's not bad. We'll get there this way. We'll get there to the house anyways. It'll take another day or two. But I'll get there. I'm used to sandboxes fucking me on the market like this. It's kind of funny. Sandbox markets are like what the fucking people say they are. There's no like fed items or anything like that. If the item's there, you have it. If the item's there, you don't. I don't know. If it's not there, you don't. Excuse me. Sandbox markets can be really cruel. I'm used to it. I don't even get despair. I used to despair about this stuff. But like, no, like, what do I do? I can't do anything. I can't make money. What do I do? But it's not like that. It's more that the people dictate the market. If they don't want that stuff, then you can't sell the stuff to them. It's just that simple. I guess I'll camp this one. If he's been here, I don't want to take his spot. I just want this one. Or whatever. He seems to be doing all the other ones. I don't know. I could compete with him. I should compete with him. Because it's so much money. Look, I've made like 70k here. A little bit more, actually. 80k. Oh, it's time for another Mothman. I think that's a good pacing for 76. That they're smart to realize that yeah, maybe they should be calling us in like once an hour or whatever. It's not bad. I love this song. I wish they would do more. They could do a new LA Noire game that's exactly like that one game I tried. It was like Shadows of Doubt. They could make a Shadows of Doubt fucking LA Noire game that could be so, so good. I could do Rockstar better than Rockstar. If they can't see that vision, then they're blind. They probably know. They might even be doing it. We don't know. I hope they are. The demons are good Gil, at least. They don't really drop anything good, but... Just go kill that demon. I guess I'll just run the stone in rather than force like log over and over and over again. That's gonna annoy me. I'll just run the stone to the auction. And by the time I get back, it's, you know, that's what they want you to do. I'll just stuff the bank till I have 300 gold, and then I'll, yeah, like right now we have 150 gold, so if I make 150 gold, I can just hand it to her. I could do that in a day. I think I'd probably do that in a day. It's a lot of walking, and it's kind of dumb to walk, but logging in is such a pain in the ass. It's easier to just auto walk over here. Yeah, she chopped like quite a lot of stone. I don't know. Maybe I better fill the horse, huh? Because walking back and forth is even more miserable, though, than like logging the accounts. So I'm gonna wait for this 76 event to end. So I'll run her this time, but in the future I'll just dump to the horse. I just don't want to interrupt right now because she's got to be in there for like 5 minutes or something, and I don't want to interrupt right now. I'll chop the stone by the door next time, and that'll be even easier to walk. I'll do those two by the door. I was doing pretty well. I did pretty well doing this. There's stone right here, which is also good. Do all that stone. Over here, they probably never see you. Or I don't know. I'll do this stone. This stone's really good. There's a lot here, too. Maybe I should get a horse out and just fill the horse. I don't know. This elemental is not popping. I thought they had better cooldowns than this. Where's this elemental? Oh, I went too far. Damn it. I feel like it might be better to place 10,000 up for sale over like the next day. Stack up like 10 for sale and just see if somebody buys them. Maybe I might get better gold that way. I don't know. We'll see what Granum is. Maybe I bet best, like, I'm not getting too much money for it. Supreco. Where is this elemental? Why is it blue? Two stacks, not bad. That's like 60, 70k. That'll be some nice income coming in. I'm not totally broke, which is good. This game has taken over my life again, and I didn't really want that to happen, honestly. But I enjoy it. I do like it. It's not a bad game. Final wave, 20 seconds. There it is. So this is where I want to park then. Okay, I'm gonna flip the script here a little bit and turn on some Fallout music. $6 gold a run, which is gonna take like 10, 15 runs. So fucking annoying. But whatever, I mean, it's all progress, it's all good. Wait, that was a little bit more than I thought, like 10 gold, 10 gold. Yeah, because it didn't sell the whole stack. So, yeah, it was a little bit more. It's like 10 gold a run. So this will take me about 15 runs, but that's fine. That doesn't actually really bother me. I already done one. Let's go do the next one. We'll just keep going, churning through it. Auto run all the way over there or whatever. Yep, we got kind of far away, but that's alright. I want the credit for this just for running along, but I mean, I was AFK for just a minute. They got way ahead of me. Nice. What the hell is all that? Why was that just sitting there? That's weird. What the hell? All the loot and whatever that was is like just like on the ground. Did I go the wrong way? Where am I? It is that way.